You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon. Good morning to you. Live on Fox Local and YouTube. This is Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. It is 11 o'clock a.m. We are just starting our day, 4.5 hours of live streaming with you today, and we've got a lot going on today. Let me first give you a live look at Kennedy Space Center, where the Artemis fuel test is going on. They are running some tests of the fueling of Artemis 2, which is the upcoming mission to fly around the moon. This is the second fuel test. A previous fuel test found some hydrogen leaks and some issues with that. So we're keeping an eye on this throughout the day, hoping to talk with one of our space experts about that as well, ahead of a simulated launch later tonight. We are also getting ready to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier, who we expect to begin speaking shortly in Miami. We don't know what he's going to be talking about, but he's going to be at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Regional Operations Center there in South Florida, and be joined by a couple of other officials with the FDLE, the Statewide Prosecutor's Office as well. So we will wait and see what he has to say coming up shortly. Meanwhile, it's a big day in Tallahassee, where the members of the Florida House of Representatives are having the chance right now to debate and talk about property tax elimination. The House, if you may remember, this is something we've been talking about for a while. Obviously, Governor Ron DeSantis has been pushing for the elimination of property taxes. This is how the audits at the local governments across the state have kind of played into this effort as well. There were 8 proposals in the House before the session. They've kind of narrowed down to 3 that have continued to move through the process. One is about to be voted on shortly. It is HJR 203. It's essentially a phased-out elimination of property taxes. It would be a 10-year process where they would basically increase the homestead exemption over those 10 years until property taxes, the non-school property taxes, were completely phased out. So we're hearing debate on this. This has been a long time coming because of the work to get here. But what we're hearing today, we've heard from some pushback from some Democrats who say that they've called it risky. They also called it, what was the other word I jotted down here, reckless to do this because of the impact on local governments and services and law enforcement, concerns about what it would do to some of those services that folks depend on. So we're hearing a debate back and forth between Republicans and Democrats about this ahead of the vote. They had 80 minutes set out for debate on this topic. I believe we're about 40 minutes in to this. So let's go ahead and listen in here as we hear discussion about the potential phasing out of non-school property taxes for homesteaded properties. Let's go ahead and get you live now to the floor of the House in Tallahassee.
House, thank you.
Representative Harris,
Thank
you're
you,
recognized
Mr.
to say your point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an attack, ad hominem attack, talking about shrill and talking about parties and talking about support. I'm sorry, I'm not shrill. My debate was leveled.
Representative Harris, the rules prohibit debating a personality or a motivation. His comments did not constitute either of those things. Representative Maggard, you're recognized in debate.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. We yield back the time in this block.
Thank you. Representative Gant, you're recognized in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to Representative Escamani. Representative Dr. Escamani.
Representative Escamani, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Gant. Members, I am one of probably a handful of renters in this body, and I think the point needs to be made that this HJR does not deliver any relief when it comes to renters. And in fact, what it's likely going to do is shift the burden of taxation to renters, who arguably are the folks who are struggling to achieve the American dream of home ownership. The average age now of home ownership, first time, is 42. And so I'm a firm believer in a balanced tax structure that is less regressive, that delivers need-based relief. The question was asked earlier to the bill sponsor around who truly benefits. I think Rep. Dunkley actually asked this question. And the reality is that those who make the most money will get the biggest tax break. Those who make less will see less. And those who don't pay a homestead are going to carry the burden of these government services. And when you eliminate homestead point blank completely, you're forcing local governments to, yes, make tough decisions. Tough decisions that are very unpopular, tough decisions that they don't want to have to make, and tough decisions this body candidly never has to make. It's easy for us to give out tax breaks when it's not us balancing our budget. And when I think about the reality on the ground, this will lead to an increase of fees for every type of service, which again is a flat fee. So everyone pays it regardless of how much money you have and don't have, which means those who make less end up paying more in taxation than those who make more. Now, there are solutions to this, by the way, because I don't disagree that we have problems in our property tax system. Because of the Save Our Homes and portability benefits that many homeowners love, first-time homeowners are paying the brunt of taxation. When I buy a home, whenever I buy a home, hopefully I will one day in this economy, I am going to pay market value on my property taxes compared to my neighbors around me. Even if my house is smaller and older, because the values have skyrocketed, I'm going to have to pay more in taxation. And that's not going to be economically feasible for me. And so we do need to fix the system. I would recommend options like the circuit breaker program, which sets a cap on how much someone can be charged based on their income. Because I want to make sure that our tax relief is targeted and not just across the board, including to folks who, unfortunately, in our state already dodge a lot of taxes because we haven't passed combined reporting and other policies that close these type of loopholes. And so we really need to ensure that this conversation is centered on how to deliver relief to those who need it most. And this is not about the free state of Florida. This is about the fee state of Florida, because we're creating a structure where everyone will have to pay fees for basic governmental services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gannon, debate.
I yield to Representative Campbell.
Representative Campbell in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start off by saying this. Good intentions don't always lead to good outcomes. And I'll say that again. Good intentions do not always lead to good outcomes. In an affordability crisis, cutting property taxes sounds helpful, but in practice, it often does the opposite of what people intend. Property taxes fund local services people rely on every day. You've heard it funds schools, fire protection, infrastructure, and public safety. When those revenues are cut, local governments don't just absorb the cost of loss, because that's not how life works. That's not how our economy is run. They shift it. The Florida Policy Institute and many other analyses have found that when property taxes fall, local government rely more on user fees, and the cost falls hardest on renters, seniors, and working families who don't have the flexibility in their budgets. There's another effect we don't talk about enough. Broad tax cuts inflate land values because they lower carrying costs of holding property. We heard the esteemed Dr. Representative Escamani say the median age right now for first-time home buyers is 42. This bill will only make owning a home more unaffordable, and it will also push the American dream further away from millions of young people who see homeownership as a dream never to be realized. And so if the goal is affordability, if affordability is our goal, blunt property tax cuts are the wrong tool, and not weakening the local systems that keep communities' livelihood. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to Representative Robinson.
Representative Felicia Robinson, you're recognized in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when I stand up, I try to be as transparent as possible. And when I look at this piece of legislation, it truly appears that we're trying to pull the wolf over the people's eyes, like this is a wolf in sheep's clothing. And I say that because it's been said, and I think everyone here can relate, And I'm talking to my colleagues, but I'm also talking to the people of Florida. We recognize that property insurance covers our schools, our police, our safety. It also do things like our trash pickup. Things that you might not think about now, but when your trash start building up, what's going to happen? I've heard a lot of debate going back and forth about affordability. Actually, we started off today, and it was stated this morning that we do our best for the people of Florida. But right now, we're talking about affordability crisis. And as people have stated, in my community, I talk to them, and most people understand the reason for property tax. Their issue has been property insurance. We did some studying ourselves, and we looked at mortgage bills. And when you look at the property insurance, it's about 10% of your mortgage, and property tax is about 10% of your mortgage. But the property tax, they could see where that goes. It goes to their schools, their police, it goes to the hospitals, it goes to things that the community actually needs, that they want. Whereas when we talk about property insurance, it goes to a private corporation that when you need their help, don't give it. So when I talk to my residents and my people that voted for me, they don't have a problem with property tax. Their problem is with property insurance, which we have not dealt with in a proper manner. But what I would say is, if we're going to do this, let's be clear about it. If we take away property tax, all of the services that we've talked about are going to still be needed, but are not going to be able to afford it by the local government. So we can't continue to do this. Let's call it what it is. It's a tax shift, and we will be putting taxes on other services that the people would have to pay out of pocket. Let's not do this.
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to Rep. Henson.
Rep. Henson in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope you're paying attention. What I heard from the sponsor when she opened is that Floridians are clamoring for elimination of property tax. The only thing I've heard Floridians clamoring for is property insurance relief. And this very chamber was ill-advised in doing tort reform, and we know that money meant for our premium holders ended up going to insurance affiliates. We already know that. So, property.
We are continuing to listen to and monitor that debate right now on the floor of the House of Representatives. We're going to take a quick break on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we're going to get you to Miami, where we're hearing from Attorney General James Uthmeier. Keep it right here.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
I want to get you now to Miami, where Attorney General James Uthmeier is holding a news conference at the FDLE Regional Operations Center there. Joined by U.S. Attorney Jason Quinones, they are announcing the launch of the Public Integrity Unit that is designed to combat corruption. You see the placard there saying combating public corruption. Let's go ahead and listen in.
National interest, personal gain, rather than for the good of the public. We'll continue these investigations. We're going to be transparent for the people of Florida. And again, like I always say, we're going to prosecute to the fullest. We're blessed here in Florida to have the best law enforcement at the local level, our statewide law enforcement, our prosecutors. Florida's never had lower crime rates because of our commitment to rule of law. We prosecute to the fullest. We put bad guys away. We're not lenient with these plea deals. You see these tragedies across the country, brutal murders and stabbings at the hands of people that have been released time and time again. Not in Florida. We're going to put people away for as long as possible, protect our communities, and keep fighting to make this the safest state to raise a family. So I think this Public Integrity Unit is going to be a great thing for our law enforcement, our state, for the public at home. Floridians should rest assured that when it comes to their taxpayers, we're going to treat those as sacred, and anybody that's going to misspend, misappropriate, or take advantage of our public citizens is going to have to deal with us. So thank you for being here, and I'll turn it over now to our U.S. Attorney.
Good morning, everyone. The Southern District of Florida has a storied history of prosecuting complex financial frauds and public corruption. For decades, we have stood on the front lines when taxpayer dollars have been stolen, when public trust has been abused, and when officials forget who they serve. That history is not symbolic. It guides us in the way we operate every day. And that tradition continues. For the first quarter of the fiscal year 2026, the Southern District of Florida is number one on charged cases, charged indictments across the nation. We are number one in charged defendants across the nation. This reflects disciplined investigations, coordinated partnerships, and prosecutors who move cases forward with urgency and precision. Our mission is steady and clear: protect Americans, restore impartial justice, and defend the rule of law. This includes financial fraud and public corruption. When taxpayer dollars are diverted for private gain, a federal crime is committed. We will investigate and prosecute accordingly. The Florida Attorney General is a strong and steady partner. These cases often involve complex and multi-circuit by nature. They require coordination with federal, state, and local authorities. Our teams work side by side with Florida state attorneys and our local law enforcement authorities to follow the facts wherever they lead. The partnership between our offices makes our work stronger and ensures that the people of Florida and our taxpayer dollars are safe and secure. I thank you all for your time today, and I'm going to pass it off over to our Special Agent in Charge, John Vecchio.
Good morning. My name is John Vecchio. I'm the Special Agent in Charge for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's Miami Regional Operations Center. At FDLE today, we are encouraged by the Attorney General's announcement. FDLE prides itself in conducting unbiased investigations to ensure public and elected officials that serve our country, communities in the state of Florida with integrity and excellence. Our agents and analysts are dedicated to investigating public corruption cases, which by their nature are time-consuming and protracted. FDLE will continue to work with the Office of Statewide Prosecution, the U.S. Attorney's Office, to protect the integrity of our public offices and to hold the public officials accountable. FDLE agents look forward to working with Assistant Statewide Prosecutor Rich Mantei and to seeing their investigative efforts brought to resolution. Thank you.
Morning. I want to thank, first off, the Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney for making this possible today. When leaders like them collaborate and get together and work together, the citizens benefit, and it sets a good example for all the rest of us. Florida has 67 counties, approximately 400 municipalities, government servants at every level, school boards, and, of course, non-government organizations. They're all entrusted with the public's fisc. They're all entrusted with the public's power and authority. Unfortunately, as far back as Plato in the Republic, it's become necessary that people have someone to guard the guardians, and that's kind of the mission of this new unit today. This isn't about just law enforcement. It's about protecting democracy itself. Money and power are the most valuable currency we have as a political body, and we all work together to make sure that currency is spent in service of the citizens. Those of us in law enforcement who take it seriously, we realize the need to keep the people's house clean. And those who would betray that public trust, they're going to be called to account. This press conference is happening here in Miami. This is the Southern District of Florida. I know where Tallahassee is. I'm based in Jacksonville, and I say all that to say this. There is no corner, no rock anywhere in this state where that sort of thing is going to be ignored or people think they can get away with it. We are here to work with our new partners. I look forward to doing that, and I look forward to ensuring that there's a reckoning coming for anybody who's going to abuse their offices. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Rich is one of the best prosecutors in our office, so we're glad to have him leading up this important mission. And you've got just an outstanding U.S. attorney here in Jason. I got to tell you, we recently had a case where the federal government, HSI, and DOJ reached out. There was a tip on a possible human trafficking incident. The Biden administration for several years had kicked it around and decided, they weren't going to go forward and press charges. We got a call over the last year. We acted on it quickly. We worked with some very brave victims that provided testimony and witness that stood face to face with their abuser, and thankfully we were able to secure over a 100-year sentence for this human trafficker who's going to go away for a long time. So we got a great partnership with the Trump Department of Justice, the federal government. We work hand in hand here in Florida. You don't see the mayhem and chaos in the streets because we all understand the same mission. We're fighting for our citizens, our families, our kids. We're going to work together. We're going to coordinate. Everybody puts their egos to the side to just get the job done. So specifically, regarding specific complaints, cases, we're not able to talk about those at this time until they reach resolution. But if there are other general questions, happy to take a couple. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. State Attorney, and thank you so much for your service, all of you. Thank you, sincerely. Respectfully, is your this new unit going to also investigate allegations of fraud in our Florida judiciary and the judicial system? Sir?
We will be receiving those complaints and reviewing. We do have the JQC that has specific jurisdiction when it comes to reprimands and findings of fraud, but we are happy to support and investigate. And yes, if there are complaints out there, whether it's judges, officials, local, state, people at home should feel free. If you're aware of wrongdoing, please call our office and we'll snap to it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Do you commute to UF for your job, and have you ever used a state plane to get there?
It's funny, it's the left-wing fake news that seems to be the only people concerned with me working at night as a teacher. Like a lot of Americans at home, I work day and night. I work 80-plus hours for the state fighting crime. We got record results. And I also do teach. I was honored to get hired as a part-time teacher and member of the UF faculty. I work many hours a week. I drive to Gainesville. I teach 2 classes this year. I also advise and work for the Center for Government and Law and Government, where I advise students on how to engage in public service, how to litigate with and against the state and federal governments. I help with career advice and connections, help people get clerkships. It's an honor. I'm proud of my alma mater. I work hard. I'm still making less, unfortunately, than the first-year associates at my old law firm, but you know what? That's what public service is. So I'm honored to do it. I'm honored to teach. Hopefully the kids get something out of it because I definitely, I value working with them in the education.
So you've never used a state plane to get to that job, right?
I drive to UF for class. Thank you very much. Anybody else? I think it's important to know, I'm not just some guest lecturer. I am part of the faculty. I do teach a couple classes. Some professors, I think, teach more, some teach less. I think I make well below the average salary for a law professor. Like I said, I'm committed. I want to see UF go up in the rankings. I think it's an outstanding school with outstanding students, and hopefully I'll be able to, convince a couple of the bright ones, to come into the AG's office or work for our great U.S. attorney or prosecutors and give back to the state. It seems like this is what the left news media wants to talk about. I'm focused on fighting crime and public corruption. All right, thanks, everybody.
Attorney General James Uthmeier not happy with being confronted with questions about his faculty job at the University of Florida. Reporting that kind of came out recently. He was asked a question there about how he gets there. He said he drives to that job, talks about being a part of the faculty there. The reporting this week from the Miami Herald that his $100,000 a year teaching job there at the University of Florida in Gainesville at their law school, 2 hours of instruction per week. He was also announcing the launch of the Public Integrity Unit, where they're talking about teaming up with federal officials as well, the statewide prosecutor's office, kind of spearheading this effort to crack down on public corruption in elected officials and others who hold office. So big news there out of South Florida with the Attorney General in Miami wrapping up that news conference just a few minutes ago. Also want to give you an update that HJR 203 did pass in a vote just a moment ago. It looks like 80 to 30, I believe, was the final vote. So that House Joint Resolution 203 for that 10-year phase out of property taxes now heads to the Senate, and so we will see what happens with that. The Senate has really not done a whole lot when it comes to the issue of property taxes. They've handled this very differently. We're also still anticipating at some point a proposal from Governor Ron DeSantis that is about that as well. He has kind of teased that, but still has not released anything at this point, despite pushing that effort for a while. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we've got much more to get to, so keep it here on YouTube and on Fox Local.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Day 19 since the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, and still a lot of questions, still not many answers when it comes to finding Nancy Guthrie and when it comes to finding whoever may have done this. The investigation is continuing. We heard from the sheriff yesterday, speaking to various news outlets this week. Still has not held another news conference in a while, continuing to say that he will do so when there are major developments and updates in this case. Joining us live now to talk about this investigation and to give their take on it, we've got Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, who joins us live now via Zoom. And Jamie, we appreciate you joining us.
Good to be with you, Garrett. Thank you.
We heard, well, let's just start here. Day 19. I mean, who would have thought when something like this first began that we would still be here talking with not knowing a whole lot more than we did back then, even.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking. It's day 19. We still have no answers in terms of where Nancy Guthrie is. Is she still with us? Is she not with us? But more importantly, it sounds to me that the Pima County Sheriff's Office is on the case. And, we have a lot of federal resources there on the ground in Tucson. So, to be announced, but it's a grueling case from what it appears.
The sheriff yesterday saying that the case has not gone cold, but he is concerned about the case, would go cold when the tips dry up. So encouraging people to continue to send tips and share anything they may know about that. What is your reaction to hearing that? Does that sound like a message that would be coming from investigators who feel like they are close to cracking this?
The sheriff's pretty confident in terms of, he keeps indicating there are 400 investigators on the ground. So, that's just in Tucson. In regards to the cold case, Garrett, I don't think we're anywhere near labeling the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping as a cold case based on the array and thousands of tips. It's my understanding from Fox Digital that these tips are continually coming in daily. Here's the fortunate part. Those tips come in, every one of those tips have to be looked at and followed up on, meaning somebody's going to go out and knock on a door or make contact with that tipster or, vet out the information the tipster called in. So, according to the sheriff, according to some of the FBI sources, they're still receiving a large amount of tips in this case. Also to include potential international connections. Let's not leave that out.
We've seen reporting that the FBI has contacted authorities in Mexico. We know one of the letters that TMZ received said that Nancy's being held south of the border. How does something like that change things when it comes to this investigation?
Yeah, I mean, as the crow would fly, Garrett, from the Guthrie home, we're looking at about 60 miles, which, could possibly be an hour and a half, depending on how fast you go. But here's the kicker and the takeaway from that. Harvey Levin came out and in fact said the individual that sent this last demand letter wanting money for information specified that he had actually saw what looked appear to be Nancy Guthrie in Mexico. The other oddity on that letter is he used the word them or they told him to shut up. So indicating that it was more than one abductor, if you will. The good thing is we know that the federal government has a pretty good working relationship with the Mexican government. Certainly FBI and the local federales in Mexico have a working relationship. So, they're going to go down there and try to flush out some leads. They're going to follow up on whatever information we may not know in this latest demand letter that they could be following up on.
An FBI source told the New York Post that they, despite they believing there could be some sort of tie with people in Mexico, there is no evidence of cartel involvement. I would imagine that has to be a good thing.
Yeah, and that New York Post article, it really struck a chord with me. I mean, we know how violent the cartels are. I don't think if it was a cartel-involved kidnapping, I don't think we would be at day 19. We probably would have, unfortunately, may have found a body of Nancy Guthrie, right? The cartel doesn't play. They're pretty spiteful in terms of what their actions are. Speculating, Garrett, as we all do, It perhaps could be someone that had seen someone from Mexico or even from the U.S. potentially bring her across the border. We just don't know. There's not a lot of factual facts out there that we can go on, and certainly we're all speculating as to what may be happening.
The sheriff this week, and we've seen the pleas from Savannah Guthrie as well, just urging the kidnapper to let her go, to come forward, trying to appeal to any sort of sense of empathy or compassion. What does that mean at this point?
You know, it would telegraph and make you ask the question, are they in fact communicating with the kidnappers? You know, it's not really been released. There's nothing factual that would say that. But certainly those pleas from not only Savannah, but the entire family on those grueling videos that we've watched, just heartbreaking, right? But she's certainly pleading. At one point, Garrett, let's back up a little bit. She said, "We will pay." So, you know, that was an indicator to me that possibly they may not have had any communication, and they were perhaps prompting the kidnappers to reach out back to them to open that avenue of communication. A lot of unknowns in this case.
Yeah, this surveillance video, you know, we continue to kind of watch and pore over. It was, I had to imagine a setback this week when that glove that matched or appeared to match the glove that we see there in this surveillance video didn't come back with any matches from the national FBI database, the CODIS database. And so we've learned that investigators are now using investigative genetic genealogy, which for those who may not know, was the technique that was used to catch Brian Kohberger in the 2022 Idaho student murder. So I mean, this is that, you know, we talk about potential setback this week, but all is not lost when it comes to what may have been found from that glove, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great piece of evidence. They're certainly following up and continuing to investigate that glove. So that would, you know, kind of indicate or telegraph that glove may or probably is connected to the crime. And like you said, the Brian Kohberger case, that was paramount in that case to solve that issue. So, you know, here's the thing. The sheriff has taken a couple hits on the news, Garrett. You know, crime scene, et cetera, sending lab samples to Florida rather than the FBI. The end result is they're all working together. I do not think there's any rift between the feds and the Pima County Sheriff's Office based on what we're seeing with this glove. We know that Quantico accepted that glove. They're doing their own testing on it. So I don't think a lot was lost in that. But I think the genealogy thing is going to be interesting. It's solved that case. Plus, I mean, you can go back and trace your ancestors. So we know it works. It's just a matter of putting the dots together and making that happen, which I would suggest they're working on that immediately.
Fox News Digital reporting that an Arizona gun store owner was asked by an FBI agent to review their recent gun purchases tied to a list of nearly 24 people. Should we glean anything from that? What do you make of that news?
You know, the takeaway from that, Garrett, is how did they come up with a list of allegedly 40 people on that list to go to these gun stores? Unknown, right? You know, we've seen a couple of search warrants out of this case. We've seen a couple of people being detained. And we know for a fact that digital devices were seized during both of those searches of those homes. So, you know, are they associates of those people? But where did the 40 people come from, or the couple dozen of people they're asking for? But here's the good news. They have some leads in terms of people or persons that they're actively following up on. If we can add to that, the backpack, the holster of the weapon that we saw in that grueling video, we know special agents went to Walmart, and Walmart is actually working on who may have purchased that item, the backpack or the holster, and they're going through hours of surveillance video to try to maybe perhaps match up who was in line buying either item. So a lot to take in here.
Yeah, a lot to take in. We know a lot of stuff going on in the background, and at the same time, you know, I think as every day passes, people continue to ask more and more questions about, you know, whether things are going in a good direction.
You know, the sheriff took another hit on the pressers, the lack of press conferences, right? Garrett, I truly believe the sheriff is well measured in his communication. He's doing some local interviews. He did an interview with Fox Digital, we know. But going out behind the microphone, I don't think it's really helping the case. But here's my other point to that. The less the cops talk, the more pressure the bad guys are going to feel in this case. And you want to kind of keep them hunkered down. If in fact they're holding her at a location, you don't want them moving her. So if we have enough information coming out, but it's not what we see, it's what we don't see as a bad guy. So, I'm quite certain they're getting some pressure. But I think the sheriff is doing well in his communications. I think these independent interviews are a little bit more fruitful than standing behind the mic getting zinged with 100 questions and not being able to say nothing but I can't comment on that, right? So we'll see what happens. I think he's going to have to come out to do a presser soon, just to build additional confidence within the American people. Garrett, it's America's grandmother that's missing, so we're all vested.
I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, the confidence aspect, because you talk about the social media chatter and things like that we're seeing, that it doesn't seem like there is a whole lot of confidence. I think people may be wanting to hear him say, let her go. We're on your heels right now. But that's just not kind of what we've seen in this.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the sheriff needs a PR person. I mean, he may seem weak at times. I didn't like that plea. Please let her go, right? Of course we want the kidnappers to let her go. But I think coming from a sheriff, he should have been a little bit stronger in his language. Donald Trump had made an indication that if we catch you, you're going to have an issue with the federal government, and we're going to take her back at whatever force is necessary. Paraphrasing, but that was speculative of what Trump said, right? But, the sheriff, if he's going to speak, I think he needs to be a little bit stronger in his language and really plead to us, the American people who are vested and sitting on the edge of our seats, wanting America's grandmother back. I would like to see a little bit more stronger language from the sheriff than what we've seen in the past.
Jamie, what are you going to be watching for? I think I ask you this every time we talk. What are you watching for in the coming hours, the coming days?
It's all going to come back down to the science, the glove, the DNA matches. Will the genealogy work? But more importantly, are they going to continue developing leads and developing probable cause for additional search warrants at other homes detaining individuals? So, I'm going to look for that. They're not stopping. I will say this. The sheriff may take a couple of hits here and there, but he is dedicated to the case. I think he's 100% vested, and he's not going to go without any stone uncovered until they bring her home, Garrett.
Right, former sheriff's detective and investigator Jamie Copenhaver, we always appreciate you joining us, and good talking with you today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we're in a really nice stretch right now.
We really are. It's going to be beautiful this afternoon. beautiful as we head into the weekend, but then some changes with colder weather moving in for a brief time next week. But as we get into March, the cold breath of winter will be fewer and farther between episodes of chilly days. We'll have more episodes of warm days. One of those warm episodes is upon us, and it's a beautiful day at Port Canaveral. Look at that shot of the ships there. Hour by hour, we'll warm up from where we currently stand into the low to mid 80s this afternoon. Look for 84 degrees at 4 o'clock with partly cloudy skies. Really, really comfortable. Now, something that's not so comfortable is this, the Thursday update, brand new, hot off the press of the U.S. Drought Monitors drought setup for Florida right now. And all that red is extreme drought. That's a lot of drought. 68% of the state is under that. That's a lot. We haven't seen it this bad since at least May of 2001, based on what's called the Drought Severity and Coverage Index, or the DCSI. That's a metric that's been used as a broad brush judge of just how bad Florida is collectively since about the year 2000. And essentially, if it's on a scale of 0 to 500, and if it's at 0, there's no drought anywhere. If it's a 500, the whole state's an exceptional drought. And of course, that's never happened. It probably never will. But we're at 358, which is like basically toward the top of the scale. And it's only going to get worse as we progress through the month of March, April, and May. So we've got 3 more months of this. This may prove to be the worst drought since it's been measured using that Drought Severity Coverage Index metric since the year 2000. I think we'll probably surpass that. And we'll have to go to what's called the Palmer Drought Severity Index to have a better judge of going back to how this would equate to droughts back in the 20th century. That said, we're in a moderate drought in Orlando, but the red is extreme drought. So you'll notice ponds are low, grass is brown, and it's not just dormant grass, it's brown grass from the water. So this is going to be an issue for us. It's going to take the rainy season to kick in, which usually happens in June, and possibly a tropical system, which comes with the cost of flooding and wind damage potentially, but that would help to alleviate the drought. Good news is we're transitioning into an El Nino pattern, which will start to develop into summer, and that's sort of like a background weather pattern that can usually enhance moisture intensity and rainfall coverage. So it will rain again. We will experience moisture again. It's just going to be a little bit of time, and we're going to have to get through a pretty intense fire season. So out ahead of the next cold front, which arrives on Sunday, it's going to be quite warm. Saturday's highs in the upper 80s, but as the front approaches, the wind kicks up, we're going to see a high fire danger. We're going to have just a couple of showers on Sunday before finally the front moves through, ushering in cooler weather for early next week. How cool? Well, on the coldest morning, Tuesday morning, we'll see lows around 40 in Orlando, 30s outside of the city, and temperatures that could dip toward freezing in the villages, Ocala and Gainesville, should the winds decouple and we experience radiational cooling. So nowhere near as cold as it's been, but another light freeze is possible north of Orlando, and that comes on Tuesday. Briefly lived, we'll see highs in the 60s for both Monday and Tuesday, and then 70s by Wednesday of next week, and long-range forecast features highs back to the upper 80s as we head toward the end of February into March. First week of March could feature highs about 90 degrees. So, I mean, you get the trend here. We're booking now. Instead of being booked into by cold, now we're booked into by heat. So 80s for the next several days, hottest on Saturday. Cooler weather for Monday and Tuesday, then when we start to warm things up again. So, yeah, I mean, the heat is concerning, Garrett, because if you're talking about 88 degrees, that's sun just baking the ground. It's a dry heat. There's no humidity. It just makes the fire danger worse. So that's going to be an issue.
Well, not a great sign when you have to reassure us, yes, it is going to rain again someday.
Right, I know.
We will have moisture at some point.
It will at some point. It's like we have to just remind ourselves, like, it will get better, but it's going to be probably a quarter of a year before it does.
Gosh.
You know, you measure it in quarters.
Yeah. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. Thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thanks.
Give you a live look in Tallahassee right now. See some clouds in the sky up there. A busy day at the state capitol. We can tell you we were listening in to the debate just a little bit ago on property taxes and the House approving that House Joint Resolution 203 for a 10-year phase-out of property taxes. Before the House began voting or began their day, at the start of it, we heard some remarks a few minutes from House Speaker Danny Perez, who talked about how today is what he called the turning point of the legislative session. Here's his remarks just a little bit ago.
Today, we have arrived at the turning point of our session, where this road we have been traveling together narrows and our choices ever more sharply shape our future. What happens in the days ahead will decide if we will be here another 3 weeks or another 3 months. Last night, I read about the possibility of a Senate property tax plan that we have been waiting weeks months to see. I've tried very hard never to doubt the sincerity of the Senate's words. The House, on the other hand, prefers actions. And today, we're having a conversation about a historic property tax reform. When we pass Representative Miller's bill off the floor today, this may well be the most aggressive legislation ever passed by a legislative chamber on property taxes in the history of the United States. Our actions today are not sudden, nor do they meet any reasonable definition of the word quick. The governor pushed this topic into the forefront of our political conversation over a year ago. The House has engaged in steady, thoughtful conversation that began with the work of our Select Committee on Property Taxes. And although this HJR stands as the House's contribution to the property tax conversation, we continue to be open to any of the Senate's ideas, provided those ideas ever materialize as actions. In this chamber, we have tried to collapse the space between what we say and what we do. We have tackled hard issues, from E-Verify to civil liability of an unborn child to lowering the age to purchase a rifle from 21 to 18. Issues that have not seen the light of day in the Senate. We have engaged with one another fairly and debated emotional issues with respect. We have kept our committee process open longer, and we have tried to empower our chairs to spread their wings. In the Florida House, we have no gatekeeper empowered to decide whether bills live or die, but instead, we have tried to respect the integrity of our committee process. I know some of you have bills that have not survived the committee process, and I understand your disappointment. I've been there. But sometimes we have ideas that our colleagues don't share, and that means that we have to listen more, dig deeper, and find new ways to solve old problems. Some things take time. Also know this, your success as a House member is not a scorecard of bills passed. It is about how you contribute to this body, the conversations you have had, the work you have been a part of, the ideas you have championed, and the support you have given your colleagues. If this speakership has had any theme, it's been this. Our whole is always greater than the sum of our parts. No legislation we produce stands as a bigger testament to that than our budget. Since the Great Recession, the Florida House has produced its proposed General Appropriations Act by week 6. And here we are, today, on time and ready to proceed. Chair McClure and our budget subcommittee chairs have done exceptional work. We have produced for 2 years in a row a budget that lowered spending over the prior year and embodies the principles of fiscal conservatism that many of us ran for when we were espousing to be representatives. The question, naturally, is what happens next? At the conclusion of session today, we will appoint conference committees, and we will stand ready to begin the allocation process. It is our hope and prayer that we will make good progress and be in a position to conference by week 8 of session. We will talk to anyone, anytime, about anything. We will never let personalities or past resentments impede our work. But also, please understand, we will not be pushed by artificial deadlines, and we will not sacrifice a little integrity just to gain a little bit of time. I can promise you this, at every step of the way, in every decision we make, this House will be guided by a simple principle. We will do what is best for the people of this beautiful state. We have a lot of work to do today. Let's get to it.
House Speaker Danny Perez earlier today on the floor of the House. Let's go ahead and give you a live look right now at both chambers in Tallahassee, who are discussing a number of different topics right now. On the right in the House, they're asking questions and debating the general appropriations bill. That's the budget bill for this session that the House is diving into right now. The Senate has a long list of things that they are taking up today, including some of the things that we've been watching, the farm bill, the requiring portraits of Lincoln and Washington in classrooms, compensation for the Groveland 4, the airport renaming, that'll come up in a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on that. A number of things going on in Tallahassee today. Those are in the Senate. Now in the House, the big things, the property tax phase out, which already was approved, the general appropriations budget, the debate going on right now, and then coming up shortly, a debate over the emergency fund used by the governor. I'll keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've got more to come, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Really cool event getting ready to kick off today, running through this weekend at the Orange County Library. We're talking about the Orlando Game Jam and Orlando Gaming Expo. It gives teams one weekend to build a brand new video game that they will get to show off to the public. How cool is that? Hands-on, doesn't get any cooler than that, I don't think. We are happy to have Ada Huff, marketing specialist with the Orange County Library System, joining us live now via Zoom to talk about this. And Ada, I mean, first of all, just how cool is something like this to have here?
It's such a cool event, and it really gives people an opportunity to come together and meet other people involved and interested in the same things that they are, and get to use some tools that they probably wouldn't get to use at home. So it's a lot of fun.
It sounds like it. What can people expect? We know things kind of get underway this afternoon. What's going on?
Right. So the contestants or the Game Jam participants will come in today. I think there's one spot left last time I checked. So if anybody is looking for some last minute weekend plans, but they'll come in and do the information session. You'll get to learn about the secret theme for the games and form teams and start talking about what it's going to look like for you for the weekend. And you'll get started working. Then Saturday and Sunday, we've got all the Melrose Center resources available for the teams to use. We've got a huge LED wall for collaboration. We've got gaming simulators. We've got a simulator development rig, sound booth, editing bay, just all the stuff that you would need to really put a game together in a quick weekend.
Yeah, it's for someone like me who's not necessarily that savvy with things like that. It kind of blows my mind that people are able to do this. I mean, like what are some of the things that we see come from these teams in this competition?
Well, we've seen a lot of really fun games come out of it. I mean, obviously there's not enough time to create multi-level, multiplayer games, but we've seen some really fun stuff come from it. And people can get together, developers, artists, designers, different creators, and all work together. And so bringing all those different skill sets is really what helps it come together quickly. But really, you've just got to be able to scope out your work and work together as a team.
Why is this something that the Orange County Library System finds important and wants to host?
Well, we're all about access. So the library wants to provide access to resources and classes and services and things that help people enrich their lives and give them new experiences. So the library has a lot of gaming development classes throughout the year. So like March 9th, we're getting started with a 10-part Blender series. So it's a free class where you can come in and learn how to create a 3D video game character. So you'll learn how to animate it and rig it and design it, do all the things. And we've got classes for kids too. So kids can learn how to build their own Minecraft mob and tinker or build a Lego game. So we've got classes for all ages. And this is just sort of a celebration of the different things offered at the library and the creativity of the Orange County community.
Yeah, and I mean, these are life skills now.
Absolutely.
And people who people will have the chance to check out these games, to play them, to give feedback on Sunday, correct?
That's correct. So Sunday at 1 o'clock starts the Orlando Gaming Expo. So all the teams that have competed will have their games set up for everyone to be able to play. So people that come to the expo will have a chance to play the games and vote on the games and help decide who the winners are. But there's also a great chance to network with other developers and studios. There's going to be, exhibitors from Full Sail University, from Unity, from Indonomicon Foundation, and a variety of others. So it's just a cool chance to get to know what's going on in the Orlando video game development community and learn more. So if you're not ready to participate and build a game, you can come and learn what it takes or learn what's available or learn more about the resources available at the library and in Orlando in general.
Yeah, that's a good point. And sounds like a great networking opportunity as well.
Absolutely. It's a lot of fun, high energy. After spending, a tight weekend building, everybody's in a fun mood. It's just a really cool event, and I encourage everybody to come check it out.
And cash prizes on the line for the winning video game teams too.
That's right. The Friends of the Orange County Library have sponsored cash prizes, so it's $700 for the first place team, $500 for the second, and $300 for the third. So that's the biggest cash prizes we've been able to offer yet. So it's a big year. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it sounds like it, and it seems like something that y'all have had a lot of success with in the past. Obviously, seeing that appetite to bring it back.
Yes, indeed. We're excited to have it back this year, and look forward to seeing all the fun games that come out of it.
All right, sounds like a lot of fun, and it kicks off later today. Ada Huff, marketing specialist with the Orange County Library System. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to the floor of the state Senate right now, where we're hearing a debate on compensation for descendants of the Groveland Four, for people who were wrongfully accused of rape in 1949. We brought you some of the testimony, emotional testimony from family members in a committee earlier this week. Let's go ahead and listen in as the senators debate this compensation on the floor of the Senate right now.
Today, that you support Senator Bracey Davis, you vote up on this bill as an act of us sending a message to this entire state about our commitment to radical generosity. Thank you.
Additional debate. Senator Sharif in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. To our newest senator, Senator Bracey Davis, I wanted to stand and just tell you how appreciative I am that you brought this bill. First of all, we are living in a time where we want to preserve history, not erase it. This bill allows for us to remember, but in a positive way, to remember that these families experienced this and that we're not trying to rewrite history, but we are going to preserve history. The fact that you brought this as your first bill is very meaningful. And I am too proud of you. And as I stand here being a member of the most fabulous sorority in the world, my sister, Alpha Kappa Alpha, I just want to let you know that you are making history, you are preserving history, and I thank you for that.
Additional debate. Senator Bracey Davis, you are recognized. Oh, Senator Polsky in debate.
Thank you. Congratulations. Normally we'll haze someone on their first bill, but this is just too important, so you got away with one. I want to say something. I often stand up in committee or sit in committee, stand up here and tell you how, I'll call them culture war bills, make people feel really bad inside. Make me feel really bad inside sometimes, and I may not even be the minority that's being protected. When Senator Bracey Davis presented this in the last committee, some folks said, this is so tragic. How do we prevent this from happening again? The way we prevent it from happening again is making sure we do not whitewash history. It's making sure that we have diversity, equity, and inclusion in our schools, in our local governments, wherever we can to make up for the wrongs that have occurred to so many people in this state and this country. So I ask you to remember this feeling, this good feeling that we all have inside right now, and to say, when we're faced with those kind of bills or those decisions that we have to make on very divisive bills, and we'll tell you when those occur, because we'll say they're divisive. Think about it. Think about how we feel now when we have a good bill, which sort of tries to right a horrendous wrong, but we're trying to do something right. And a lot of times I think we try to do something wrong. So let's remember this feeling when we're faced with those issues in the future, because we will be, even in this session. And maybe we don't do those things, because maybe we remember how it feels right now to do the right thing, and we don't go down the divisive culture war path that we have for the 8 years that I've been here. Thank you.
Additional debate. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to echo so many of the comments that have been made by my fellow senators. And I just want to say that I am so proud not only to be a member of the Florida Senate, proud of the Florida Senate, but most importantly, Senator LaVon Bracey Davis, I am so proud of you for bringing this very, very meaningful and impactful bill to the floor. This is an incredible moment. I applaud you. I'm proud to call you my friend and my colleague from Central Florida. Congratulations to you.
Additional debate. Senator Hooper in debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's Senator Bracey Davis. You and I had many conversations prior to you standing here today about this bill. And I will let all of you know that Senator Bracey Davis, she used a trick on us in committee. She brought her mama and that ain't fair, but it was wise. And if you did not hear that input that LaVon Bracey talked about, she invoked Geraldine Thompson more than once. I believe your mom stood up at Geraldine's wedding. So you're not supposed to be this good at your first bill. It's downhill from here, ma'am. So, and hazing will occur down the road. But it's, I just wanted to let the body know that every time you and I talked, you were incredibly humble and respectful. And I was honored by the way that you conducted yourself in every facet of this journey, and you're to be commended.
Additional debate. Senator Jones in debate.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm going to be very brief, but I do want to thank Senator Bracey Davis for how you have carried this bill, and also how you have carried yourself in this body, even being a new member. My debate is simple, and I'm going to just end with a quote from Senator Geraldine Thompson. Today, history smiles on us. Congratulations to you.
Leader Berman in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also will be very brief, but I am bursting with pride at the way that this bill has gone through the process. I had the honor of sitting on one of the committees where we had many of the families come and testify, and we saw how impactful and how important this bill is. I'm thankful for the leadership for allowing us to have an hour in committee to actually hear from people who were impacted on this. And it made such a difference for all of us to understand exactly the generational problems that have been created by this situation. And I know that money can't solve it, but I know that we are making a statement here in the Florida Senate through our leadership and through all of us today. And I am so grateful. And I know that you're going places, Senator Bracey Davis, and so proud of you today. Thank you.
Additional debate. Senator Bracey Davis, you are recognized to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I close, I must honor the Groveland 4 family members who have sat in on committee meetings, testified, and relived painful chapters of their family's history with courage, grace, and dignity. To the families of Charles Greenlee, Walter Irving, Samuel Shepard, Ernest Thomas, thank you for trusting this body with your family's truth. Thank you, President Albritton, for your leadership and assistance with this bill. And I'm grateful for every chair, every co-sponsor who stood with me on this historic piece of legislation. Your partnership reflects what is possible when principle rises above partisanship. And I must give a special thank you to Chair Ed Hooper, who allowed more than, as Leader Berman said, an hour of testimony from the families, from clergy, from community members, from those who carried this history in their bones for 76 years, and yes, from my mama. That kind of latitude is not customary in committee, but neither is repairing 76 years of harm. Justice is not transactional. It cannot be rushed. It requires space. And thank you, Chair Hooper, for giving us that space. And I would be remiss if I did not pause to thank Senator Smith for his contributions in starting this work. I also want to extend my gratitude to the Legislative Black Caucus for making this a priority. It is not lost on me that my first bill is the Groveland 4 compensation bill. That is not coincidence. That is calling. Because this is my why. I did not run for office for title. I did not run for ceremony. I ran to make things better, to fix what was broken, and to confront what was wrong. To ensure that when the state of Florida says something is unjust, we do not whisper it and move on. We repair it. It's been 76 years. 76 years of trauma, of stigma, of generational harm, of children, grandchildren, nieces, and nephews carrying a name the state once declared guilty. What remains is restoration. And let me remind you, as one of the persons mentioned in public testimony, compensation is not charity. It is accountability. Now, permit me one small personal reflection. The incident of the accused rape occurred on July 16th, 1949. I was born on July 16th, 1979, exactly 30 years to the day of the incident. I do not believe in coincidences, but I do believe in destiny. I believe that sometimes history plants seeds in seasons we do not yet understand. And now, 76 years later, I am thankful that it was God's divine will that the person born on the anniversary of that tragedy was destined to stand here and help bring closure to it. That is part of why I ran for office, not just to pass policy, but to deliver justice when it was in our power to do so. Mr. President, colleagues, let us close this chapter with integrity. Let us show the families that we heard them, and let us send a message that in the Florida State Senate, truth still matters. And Senator Thompson, this is for you. I respectfully ask for your favorable support on Senate Bill 694. Thank you.
Secretary will unlock the board and senators proceed to vote. Have all senators voted? Lock the board, record the vote.
38 yeas, 0 nays, Mr. President.
Show the bill passes. Please read the next bill.
Senate Bill 840, a bill to be entitled An Act Relating to Land Use Regulations for Local Governments Affected by Natural Disasters.
Breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus as the Florida Senate votes to approve $4 million to be split among 4 families, the defendants of the Groveland 4 African-American men wrongfully accused of rape in Lake County back in 1949. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to let you know we just got some new information about a news conference coming up in about an hour and a half. Going to be kicking off our 2 o'clock hour with that. Because NASA is going to be discussing the findings of the investigations into the Boeing Starliner and the issues that spacecraft had in taking a couple of NASA astronauts to the International Space Station. Again, that's expected to start at 2 o'clock Eastern. We will bring that to you live right here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and also on Fox 35 TV that hour. We are on television as well. I want to take you now to a news conference that happened earlier today in Orlando, where Congressman Maxwell Frost joined the Orange County mayor, some other Orange County officials, to present a check of $750,000 in federal funding for the construction of a facility for iDignity, permanent facility for this organization to grow its work. They provide help for folks like seniors, returning citizens, the homeless even, people who need their important identification documents like Social Security cards, birth certificates, that kind of thing. So Maxwell Frost, some other Orange County officials were on hand for an unveiling or a check presentation, rather, at the construction site where that permanent facility is going to be.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Congressman Maxwell Alejandro Frost. It's truly an honor to stand here alongside Mayor Demings, Orange County Tax Collector Scott Randolph, Comptroller Phil Diamond, and the incredible team at iDignity. Including my good friend Michael here. Thank you so much for your work and leadership. Look, I came to Congress with the mission to deliver on affordable housing, transportation, and infrastructure issues to help make our community a better place where everybody can not just live but thrive. And in a moment of mass wealth inequality where so few people have so much and so much of our people have so little, we know that the housing crisis, the homelessness crisis, the crisis impacting our community. All right. We know that this has been one of the most gridlock and unproductive sessions of Congress in recent history. But even in moments like this, there are tools that allow us to deliver real, tangible results for our district. And one of those tools is community project funding, which is done through the federal appropriations process. This allows me to bring back federal resources to Central Florida, not for abstract policy proposals or priorities in Washington, D.C., but for real projects that serve real people right here at home. Every project our office fought for was chosen because it directly strengthens our communities. It directly strengthens our communities. And one of the things we're most excited about is this project right here. We're very proud that we've been able to deliver 14 projects, which we will be doing press conferences on and talking about over the course of the next several months. These projects have to do with housing, transportation, homeless services, and many different organizations doing great work here in Central Florida, partnering with our county, the City of Winter Park, City of Orlando, and other municipalities within the district. We're very excited about this specific project because the work iDignity does on a day-to-day basis across our entire community, sometimes I feel like it's one of the best kept secrets, that a lot of people don't know that this organization on a day-to-day is helping to empower our residents and our people who oftentimes feel like they're not seen by government, not seen by people, not seen by the community. They really truly live up to that value of seeing the world through the eyes of the most vulnerable and figuring out what tools they need to be able to be successful in our region and in our home. And so, today we're very excited to be putting together this press conference to announce money for the iDignity headquarters, which is, how much is it? $750,000, which we're very excited to be bringing back that federal money here. And just a huge shout out to all the partners that are a part of this project, including the staff of iDignity, which do the work on a daily basis. This headquarters is needed. It's going to allow them to expand their operation, serve more people, and do it in a dignified way, which is so important. They've done so much with the little resources they have for years and years and years, and I think that this building is fit, is going to be fit for the amazing work they've already been doing and the work that they're going to continue to do. So thank you so much for being here. Without further ado, I'll introduce the Mayor of Orange County, Mayor Jerry Demings.
Good morning to all of you. It's another great day here in Orange County, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you to Congressman Maxwell Frost for the work that he's doing in Washington, D.C. on our behalf. He has been delivering for our community in terms of bringing our federal taxpayer dollars back into the community. Not only has he supported this effort, but most recently he supported us. He brought some dollars back to our community that is assisting us with build out at our multicultural center, and then also with one of our utilities projects. So, Congressman, you can come here anytime. You bring in money from Washington, D.C. We do appreciate it. It seems like it was just yesterday we were here for the groundbreaking ceremony. But as this project is now well underway, we look forward to the ribbon cutting in the near future. It's my understanding from the CEO, Mr. Dippy, that we likely will see the ribbon cutting sometime before the end of the year. And so I look forward to that as well. In terms of the work that iDignity does, it is certainly very much needed at the times that we're living in. As you all know, as Americans and even immigrants in this country, you can't really do anything without having government certified identification today. You can't get a job, and if you can't get a job, then you can't support yourself, then you can't support your family. And so it is absolutely critical that these types of services are made available to all Floridians and all those here within the Central Florida area. And so Orange County is proud to support this effort. We were fortunate because of some federal American Rescue Plan Act dollars that we received in the past. Orange County is making an investment through our budget of $2.2 million to help support this project. So it does take a community collaborative to make these type of efforts a success, where the government works with private sector and the philanthropic sector to make these types of projects a reality. So again, I say congratulations to iDignity, and thank you for the work that you're doing. Charge on, right?
Next up, we'll have our tax collector, Scott Randolph.
Well, thank you, everyone, for being here today. Thank you. I just want to say how lucky we are to have leaders in this county that care about every single citizen in this county. Thank you, Congressman Frost. Thank you, Mayor Demings, for the leadership that you show this county every single day, that you care not just about the people who have, but the people who have not. And that is so important. We are such a lucky community to have that. And we're such a lucky community to have an organization like iDignity that cares just as much. Michael Dippy and everybody in that staff that cares so much at iDignity, all the volunteers that spend hours and hours. This organization is amazing. If you knew the volunteer list that they have, I was told today it's literally a waiting list. You have to get on a waiting list to volunteer with this organization. That is how strong of a group of people that they have in this organization. And we are lucky to have people like that up and down that care about everybody in this community. Obviously, as tax collector, I run all the DHS&V. I do all the ID stuff for everybody in this county. We see 1 million people a year. We could not do our job. We could not go through that type of volume without people and the organization of iDignity helping the ones that don't have easy access to those documents. We hear a lot in the media today about having an ID to vote, having an ID to do this, and people don't understand oftentimes how difficult that can be for a large segment of our population. Birth certificates are not necessarily easy to come by in a lot of states. Your Social Security isn't easy to come by if you don't have the birth certificate or the ID. And it becomes a very circular process. And that process can take hours and hours to resolve. something that my office does not have the time when we're seeing 1 million people to be able to do. And that's why our grants, our annual grants to iDignity are, I believe, some of the best monies and funds that we spend every single year. And again, I want to say thank you to Michael Dippy and Ann and all the staff at iDignity for all the work they do. They make our job easier at the tax collectors. And again, thank you, Congressman Frost, for all the leadership you show in caring about this community so much, as well as you too, Mayor Demings. Thank you guys for your commitment to this organization.
Next we'll have Comptroller Phil Diamond.
Good morning, everybody. I'm thrilled to be up here today, not because I get to speak as Orange County Comptroller, but I get to speak as a board member of iDignity. I've been on the board for 7 years, and I've gotten to witness the great work that iDignity has done and does every single day. You know, one of the things I like to tell people when they ask about iDignity is what it's about. Well, it's really a jobs program. Something like 35% of the people we serve have jobs within 30 days after they get their ID card. And they're at work in the community, bettering our community and making our community stronger. And really, that's kind of the ultimate affordability program. I also want to just thank Representative Frost for this work, this appropriation. You know, I remember when he first got elected not that long ago, and as a constituent, I've been able to watch him work with the community, learn the community, see the community, be the community. And he has made such an effort to be out there. And as a constituent, you know, we tend to get mail from our elected officials. And I'm something of a hoarder, so I've saved this. And one of the things that I noticed as I was looking at this last night is he committed to provide grant opportunities for nonprofits. Well, that's exactly what we're doing here today. He made that commitment, he kept that commitment, and here we are where not only iDignity, but a number of other worthy projects have gotten funding due to his work. And I want to thank him for doing that and for making our community better. I also want to thank the very, very, very wide group of partners that we've had helping iDignity. You know, in addition to Congressman Frost, Mayor Demings, you're responsible for over $2 million of funding for this project. Just looking around the room today, I guess it's a room, no walls yet, but I guess it's a room. But we've got a number of other people from around the community. We've got nonprofits and foundations that have been helpful. We've got the business community, and we have so many individuals that have contributed, families and other organizations around this community. And it's why we're going to come together and have the premier identity service in the country with iDignity. And not only are we going to be serving the Orlando area, but ultimately we're going to be serving statewide. And this is going to be the launching pad for this, to provide these great services statewide. So with that, I'm going to say thank you again to everybody. And Congressman Frost, I will turn it back to you.
Next up from iDignity, we have Ann Taylor.
Good morning, everyone. I do want to thank the elected officials who have supported this effort, especially those who are here today, Congressman Frost, Mayor Demings, Tax Collector Randolph, and Comptroller Diamond. Thank you. We are truly grateful for your leadership, your belief in iDignity, and for this federal investment in our operational headquarters. More than 18 years ago, iDignity began as a conversation in a parish hall. A small group of compassionate people, including Michael Dippy and myself, and members from our 5 downtown churches, saw neighbors in our community who could not move forward, not because they lacked talent, not because they lacked a work ethic, because they lacked one small essential thing: legal identification. As someone who has walked this journey from the first gathering to this moment today, I'm incredibly moved by what our community has made possible together. What began as a once-a-month event in borrowed space has grown into a coordinated, comprehensive pathway to restored identity. Since that first gathering in May of 2008, we have served more than 36,000 Orange County residents. Yay! We have helped them get their identification so they can fully participate in our society. It's all based on a simple conviction that dignity begins with being seen, known, and called by name. iDignity exists to restore dignity and help by restoring legal identification. We do this through strong partnerships, as Phil mentioned: churches, government agencies, business, and community organizations. It is a beautiful thing watching all of these organizations work together, but the need has continued to grow. For years, we have operated out of temporary rented space, always grateful, but always stretching. For over a decade, we have dreamed of a permanent operational headquarters, a place to call home, to streamline services and to serve more people with efficiency, compassion, and dignity. Today, this federal funding and the leadership behind it, that dream is becoming a reality. It's pretty exciting, y'all. Congressman Frost, Mayor Demings, thank you for your role in securing this funding, for recognizing that something as simple as an ID is foundational to justice and opportunity. Your support affirms that this work is essential and that the people we serve matter. To our community partners, donors, volunteers, and clients, this milestone belongs to you as well. Together, we are building more than a headquarters. We are building a pathway to stability, employment, housing, and hope. And in just a few short months, we look forward to welcoming you back into this new space at our grand opening. This is going to be a place where iDignity has a permanent address. Thank you for celebrating with us today.
All right, now we're doing a check process, but I wanted to offer, do you want to say a few words? You good? All right. Let's bring up the check. We're going to take a quick photo. Oh, in front of the podium?
So that was from that event earlier today. Going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
first.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me get you to Tallahassee, where in the state Senate right now, they are discussing a airport renaming bill. We talked about it a little bit earlier this week. A bill that would rename Palm Beach International Airport after President Donald Trump. It would also give the power to rename airports to the state. The amendment being discussed right now would delay the renaming of Palm Beach International until after Trump's term ends. Let's go ahead and listen in. There was some really interesting and fiery debate in a committee earlier this week. Let's see what happens now as this bill goes to the floor of the Senate ahead of an expected vote shortly.
His term. And you know what? Hand over the reins to the next president. That's a big issue. Let's have a proper midterm election. This will all be decided before the midterms even happen. And the people get to speak about how they feel about this current presidency. We all know that midterm elections are a reflection on the occupant of the White House, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican. This will happen before the next election, and there's a reason for that. And this president has asked for this honor. This is not how it usually goes down. So let him finish his next 3 years, hopefully, safely. Our democracy remains intact. The reins of the presidency are handed over to the next president safely, securely. We don't get into any more wars. We're on the brink of another war. We have an affordability crisis. Let's finish the term. Why are we naming it in the middle, in the early part of his second term? Please explain to me why this has to happen now.
Additional debate. Senator Martin in debate.
Thank you. I'm a no on this amendment, and I think we are being completely consistent with this. President Trump was elected. He served as the 45th president. He's currently serving as the 47th president. I don't think that he should be penalized or we should wait simply because the people reelected him to a new term of office. So he finished his first term years and years ago. We can go ahead and honor him now. I think this is completely timely. So I'm going to be a no on this amendment and up on your bill. Thank you, Senator.
Additional debate. Senator Arrington to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this amendment is not whether you support President Trump or oppose him. It's not about politics. It is about precedent, institutional integrity, and doing things the right way. Naming a major international airport after a sitting president is unprecedented. Airports are not campaign slogans. Airports are lasting public institutions. Their names last for generations. That is why we traditionally wait. We allow time for reflection. We allow the historical record to be complete. We allow the people, not just a political majority, to determine how history will remember a presidency. This amendment does not block the renaming. It does not take a position on the president's legacy. It simply says, if this is to be done, let it be done after his service in office has concluded. I think this is a reasonable standard. If members believe this name change is appropriate, then waiting until the president is no longer in office should not diminish that belief. In fact, it strengthens it. I respectfully ask for your support on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
All those in favor of the adoption of the amendment say yay. All those opposed say no. Show the amendment is not adopted. Please read the next amendment on the Senate bill that we're about to substitute out for the House bill anyway.
Amendment barcode 176906 by Senator Berman. Between lines 109 and 110, insert amendment.
Leader Berman, you are recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is another simple amendment, members. It puts the responsibility of naming one of the most important symbols of a community where it belongs, with the people of that community, particularly in this case, with the people of Palm Beach County, my county. This would make it so that an election be held for the purposes of approving or rejecting the airport name change. While I personally oppose the name change, if we are going to take such a drastic and precedent-changing move, we should make sure it is what the people who will be most affected by the change actually want. If the airport name change is rejected, the name of the airport listed in statute will remain Palm Beach International Airport. If it is approved, the name will change to the name of the president. That is the amendment, Mr. President.
Further questions of the sponsor? Debate. Senator Polsky in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I happened to read an article today in the Palm Beach Post, our local newspaper, that did a survey. 90% of Palm Beach residents do not want the name change. In the last election, though it was close, President Trump did not win Palm Beach County. Why are we preempting local government? And Palm Beach County, the commission didn't vote on this. I think they just gave in because the president literally asked for this, which is disgusting unto itself. But the county did not weigh in on this. The citizens did not weigh in on this. And we are the ones who have to fly in and out of this airport. I know we'll get to how we feel about him and what it would feel like to walk in and out and see his face and his name everywhere. But this airport is known as Palm Beach International Airport for a reason. I also represent Broward County, and we had a potential local bill to change the name of the actual county in Fort Lauderdale because they thought it wasn't a great marketing tool to be called Fort Lauderdale. Well, Palm Beach is a great name, and we have had great economic development really recently in the county. Palm Beach International Airport, those words convey what it is. It's a beach. It's interesting. It has a cachet. President Donald J. Trump International Airport says nothing about where I live. So let's give the people an opportunity to vote on how they want their only airport to be called, not foisted upon us by this body because the president asked us to and we're too afraid to say no to him. Please take an amendment. Let the people of Palm Beach County decide what they want their only airport to be called. This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Additional debate. Senator Mayfield? Senator Gates.
Yield to Senator Mayfield.
Senator Mayfield? Sorry, I forgot to call on you last time. It's my fault. Anything in debate? Nope. Senator Gates?
Thank you, Mr. President. I did a little checking, and I thought it might be useful to mention that when Ronald Reagan's name was attached to the airport in Washington, D.C., to now become Ronald Reagan International Airport, there was no vote taken in the District of Columbia. If there had been a vote in the District of Columbia, my suspicion is that Ronald Reagan's name would probably not have gotten a lot of support from the people who live inside the district, since Ronald Reagan got probably maybe 2 or 3% of the vote in the District of Columbia. When George H.W. Bush Airport was named in Houston, I don't know whether or not the people of Houston would have agreed that it was a good idea if you'd have taken had a plebiscite on it. But I will tell you that no vote was taken of the people who live in Houston. So it is not without precedent that an airport gets named after a president of the United States without making sure that that name change meets the prevailing winds of people who happen to live in a particular political subdivision.
Additional debate. Leader Berman, you are recognized to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is another instance where we're overruling the will of the people. It might not have been done in other instances, but I think this is the time that we should be doing it. We should be taking a vote before we push something down the throats of the residents of Palm Beach County, and I ask all of you to support this amendment.
All those in favor of the adoption of the amendment signify by saying yay. All those opposed say no. No. Show the amendment is not adopted. Please read the next amendment.
Late filed amendment barcode 861678 by Senator Polsky. Delete line 1767 and insert amendment.
Without objection, show the late filed amendment introduced. Please, Senator Polsky, you are recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is another simple amendment. I know I've had conversations with Senator Mayfield, and she mentioned just now on the floor that there will be no money awarded to the president or his companies for the trademark. However, I don't see where it says that in the bill. And you're more than welcome to point it out to me in your debate on this amendment or in further discussion. That's why this is such a simple idea. We're all in agreement. We do not want to pay Donald J. Trump, his enterprises, his children, anyone for the use of the name if we have to go through this name change. So let's put it in the bill. Very simple. What we're trying to say is at no point will the state of Florida or Palm Beach County have to pay anything to the president, his representatives, or associated companies due to the renaming of the Palm Beach International Airport. The amendment expands the current language and scope of the bill to help prevent costs that could occur in connection to the president or his associated companies with this unprecedented renaming related to merchandising, trademarking, and other for-profit activities. Renaming this significant site after a sitting president is so unprecedented, it is important that we incorporate language not only to protect Palm Beach County from potential costs related to the airport operations, but also for any broader for-profit activities that may occur that could financially impact both Palm Beach County and our state, as well as the potential for merchandising. When he did the trademark just the other day, because of this bill, he mentioned specific items that could be sold, clothing, other things. He is intending to set up a store inside Palm Beach International Airport to sell things with his name on it and to make money off of it, as he has done with every other venture that he does, as he does with our foreign policy, as he does with our national policy. If we want to prevent it, we need to put it in the bill, because he also, very prone to litigation, could sue us at some point in the future if we don't pay. Do we really think that wouldn't happen? That is not unprecedented. Please, let's put this language in and protect it. We're all in agreement, simple amendment, let's lock it up in this language. Thank you.
Questions of the sponsor? Is there debate? Senator Mayfield? Nope. All right, Senator Polsky to close on the amendment.
I think I said it all. I think we're all in agreement. We do not want to pay him for the use of his name, so why can't we put it in the bill?
All those in favor of the adoption of the amendment signify by saying yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say no. No. Show the amendment is not adopted. Please read the next amendment.
Late filed amendment barcode 176908 by Senator Berman. Delete line 67 and insert amendment.
Without objection, show the late filed amendment introduced. Leader Berman, you are recognized to explain the amendment.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. President. This is the final amendment, but I actually do believe that this is an amendment that everybody in this chamber should 100% agree on. The amendment simply expresses legislative intent that the FAA Airport Code, PBI for Palm Beach International, remain unchanged. It does not reopen the naming debate. It ensures operational continuity while the bill proceeds. Palm Beach County is heavily reliant on tourism, international travel, and business aviation, making the airport code a vital component in millions of bookings each year. Airlines strategically plan their routes around these identifiers, and corporate travel systems depend on them. It is essential that we eliminate any potential ambiguity in this system. The code PBI is internationally recognized and is critical for ensuring stability. And I'd like to point out that the two airports that were discussed today, Reagan National Airport has the code letters DCA, which were their original code letters, and George Bush Airport is IAH for Intercontinental Airport. So I think we should continue that tradition. I want to put it into the bill so that I understand the FAA will have some discretion possibly on this issue, but if we put it into the bill that is our intention, that we are protecting that code, that Palm Beach Airport code that Palm Beach County has had, and keeping the continuity for it, and that is why I asked for all of you to support this amendment.
Other questions of the sponsor? Is there debate? Senator Polsky in debate.
So I fly in and out of here all the time. Sometimes I go PBI, sometimes I go Fort Lauderdale, sometimes I go Miami. And when you are booking a flight, you type in the letters of the airport that you are going to. That's the only way it recognizes how to book the flight. So how will people know who want to come here that if it's named DJT? It just can't be. And we know who runs the FAA. He does.
Senate Democrats discussing and trying to file a number of unsuccessful amendments to this bill that would name Palm Beach Airport, Palm Beach International Airport, PBI, after President Donald J. Trump. It would be President Donald J. Trump International Airport there in Palm Beach. Meanwhile, split screen as President Trump gets ready to board, or we just saw him board, Air Force One, getting ready to head to Georgia, where he's going to give a speech this afternoon on the economy. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and I want to get you back to the floor of the state Senate right now, where lawmakers are about to debate a bill to rename Palm Beach Airport after Donald Trump. They have just substituted the Senate bill for the House bill because the House has already approved a very similar, if not identical, bill. It passed the House 81-30 just 2 days ago. So now that the Senate will be debating that House bill specifically, we're going to listen in on some more of that debate. And then once the Senate votes on it, if they approve it, then that will send that bill to the governor's desk. So let's go ahead and listen in as we get ready to hear more debate on now the House version of this bill.
Off of any merchandise, not merchandise. They will not be able to benefit off of the royalties. What about merchandise? Cups, mugs, shirts, and those things.
Senator Mayfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jones, the Trump name has been trademarked for quite a while. And if you start telling him that he can't merchandise, that is actually a free market. So there's nothing in this bill that says he can't merchandise his own stuff, but it's not, the Palm Beach County and the airport is not going to be paying him a royalty for him merchandising his stuff.
Senator Jones, in questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. So the airport won't. So were you saying that the airport won't be able to benefit off of it? But so yes, the Trump business will be able, because the trademark is the Donald Trump International Airport. So if an individual is purchasing whether cups, mugs, or things of that nature, they potentially can benefit off of that. Am I correct?
Senator Mayfield.
That is going to be negotiated between Palm Beach County. That all we're doing is a name change. That's all we're doing. So whatever comes in the agreement between Palm Beach County, that's going to be between him and the Trump family.
Senator Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Senator Mayfield, has there been in known history any president of the United States who has trademarked their name prior to a name change even happening?
Senator Mayfield.
I am not aware of any other president that has trademarked their name, but it's not unusual if your name has been trademarked and there's additional names that's added to your name that they trademark this. Again, the trademark was done to protect people from using his name in a manner in which was not acceptable to be used. So that was the purpose of the trademark being named, because there's additional, because he's put President Donald J. Trump and not just Donald J. Trump.
Additional questions. Senator Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And Senator Mayfield, I'm no attorney, let alone a trademark attorney, but the trademark application says Donald J. Trump International Airport. So the question that's baffling to me, or trying to figure out, is what precludes the president or his company from being able to benefit off of that? Because Donald Trump's name is already trademarked, but now we're looking at Donald J. Trump International Airport. So one, why are we as a legislative body allowing this to happen or setting this type of precedent when we know that this has never been done before?
Senator Mayfield.
Senator Jones, the President Donald J. Trump International Airport is a trademark in order to protect other people from being able to use that name in a manner that is not fitting to it. And again, this is something that the Palm Beach County is negotiating with him on how this is going to conduct. But he is not charging the airport. Remember, he is not charging the airport any royalties or any fees in order to use the name in whatever manner they want to use the name.
No questions. Senator Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I appreciate that, Senator Mayfield. And I guess my question would be, who in Palm Beach County is speaking to the Trump administration or his business? Because some of the commissioners who we're speaking of, not only do they not want this, not only do they have not asked about this, but they're not even in favor of what we're doing here today. So is it the commissioners who want this? Is it the Palm Beach County administrator who's negotiating with them?
Senator Mayfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it has been the county administrator who works on the behalf of the county commissioners that have been negotiating this with the Trump entities.
Additional questions? Seeing no more, Senator Polsky, and questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate the indulgence. This is obviously very personal to a few of us who live in Palm Beach County, so it's really important we understand this. If the county is the one negotiating this arrangement, why do we need this bill?
Senator Mayfield.
The county approached me on the bill and the negotiation of it. That is something you'll have to take up with them, Senator.
Senator Polsky, and questions.
Thank you. I guess, we have to look at the broader picture here, that this is actually a preemption bill, because any of the other airports where the rest of you live are up for grabs. So I guess, why do we need this preemption bill at this point? We've never had this before, and it's never been a problem. So why are we preempting all these airports?
Senator Mayfield.
There are some things that are of very economic impact to our state, and the airports, I do believe, are an economic impact to our state. So I think it would be like any other thing that we would preempt to the state for the decision to be made on, and that's the reason it was brought up.
Senator Polsky, and questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the difference between this and the airports that our fine President Gates mentioned, all just have the name of the individual. They're not called President Ronald Reagan Airport, because in 3 years, he won't be president anymore. So why is it being called President Donald J. Trump Airport, not just Donald J. Trump Airport?
Senator Mayfield.
That was a request that came from Palm Beach County.
Additional questions, Senator Polsky.
Thank you. Where in our budget will the $5.5 million that is expected to cost that the state is paying and not the county, where is that going to come from in our budget?
Senator Mayfield.
It's going to be handled through conference.
Senator Polsky, in questions.
No, I understand that, but I mean, where is it coming from? Which fund, general revenue, something of that nature?
Senator Mayfield.
It would be from general revenue, just like a member projects are usually funded out of. So it would be transportation.
Senator Bernard, in questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mayfield, you had mentioned in your opening that they're working with Palm Beach County. Has the Board of County Commissioners voted on this bill or the naming of this airport?
Senator Mayfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not that I'm aware of.
Bernard.
Senator Mayfield, now after this bill is passed, what's going to be the working relationship between the county and the president? How would that work in terms of what happens next?
Senator Mayfield.
The county commissioners or the county administrator would be the one working with the family to outline the approval process. It says clearly in the bill that they have to come to an agreement, they have to have a contract. So they'll be working on that after this bill is passed, since they know what they're going to be working on. But the things that are in this bill that's subject to are items that Palm Beach County brought and said, we want to do this, but here are some of the subjects twos that have to happen: the FAA approval, the contract between the county and the president's entity, Trump's entity, to ensure that they are protected.
Senator Bernard, in questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. So will it be brought to the Board of County Commissioners to approve the final language? And what happens if the Board of County Commissioners don't approve whatever agreement that's made between maybe the administrator may negotiate with the president, but it still would be going to the BCC? What happens if they don't approve it?
Senator Mayfield.
Senator Bernard, that's something that I'm assuming would have to go through their normal process of any contract that is signed and approved by the Board of County Commissioners in Palm Beach County. So we're not circumventing any approval process that they have to go through. Whatever their contract language has to be, that's how the process will work. So the contract will be done, and whatever their procedure is on those contracts would have to be honored. There's nothing in here that exempts that process.
Additional questions of the sponsor? Seeing none, Senator Mayfield moves the bill be read a third time. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying yay. Yay. All those opposed, show the motion is adopted. Read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 919, a bill to be entitled An Act Relating to Commercial Service Airports.
Is there debate? Senator Sharif in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in opposition to SB 706 as it applies to Broward County. Let me be clear, this is not about history, nor is it about honoring individuals. This is about the fiscal responsibility and local control. In Broward County, our airport, the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, represents decades of strategic investment in global branding, tourism, marketing, and economic development. Millions of dollars have been spent building name recognition that drives business, conventions, cruise travel, and international tourism to our region. Changing the name of a major international airport is not symbolic. It is operationally and financially significant. It will require rebranding across global aviation systems, changes to federal and international aviation databases, signage replacement, marketing material updates, contract revisions, digital and cybersecurity updates, coordination with airlines, cruise lines, and tourism partners. And this is at a time when our local governments are already facing overwhelming unfunded mandates, infrastructure demands, and looming tax reform that could significantly reduce local revenue. This bill could cost countless counties millions of dollars without providing any funding mechanism to offset those expenses. During committee, I specifically asked whether there was an opportunity to exempt airports where residents and local governments do not wish to participate in renaming. Unfortunately, Broward County remains listed in this legislation. Local governments should retain the authority to determine what is best for their communities, especially when the financial burden falls squarely on local taxpayers. For these reasons, the fiscal impact, local autonomy, and the absence of an opt-out provision, I cannot support SB 706 as currently drafted. Thank you.
Additional debate. Senator Polsky in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. You can hear the frustration in our voices. The three senators, well, 3 out of 4 senators from Palm Beach County are really unhappy about this because we care about our county, our local government. First of all, what could we do with $5.5 million? How many of you didn't get projects that would feed hungry kids, that would help sick kids? $5.5 million of our money, your taxpayer money, whoever's watching this, to just rebrand an airport just to satisfy the fragile ego of our sitting president. He asked for this. Imagine that. It's supposed to be a huge honor after a president has finished their term, or most usually after they've passed away. It's shocking to me that we would spend this kind of money because he asked for it, and everyone's so afraid of him. And I'm pretty disappointed in my own county for being afraid as well. We just passed the bill by Senator Burgess about 2 presidents who united the country. Lincoln united the country. He deserves the honor. No one, even his greatest supporters in this room, can say that Trump is uniting the country. There's going to be a lot said after I debate about the horrible things that he says and the way he makes people feel. I just don't understand why we are choosing him in the middle of his term. He hasn't even finished. He hasn't even done all the bad things he's going to do. He hasn't turned over the reins of the presidency, which all of you are concerned that he might not do. He hasn't accepted the results of the 2020 election. What if he doesn't accept the results of the 26 election or the 28 election? He's still going to be emblazoned as having this enormous honor at this airport. The convictions, the sexual assault convictions, the impeachments, the divisiveness. You can all agree, even if you believe in the things that he's done, even if you support him, that he's hurt a lot of people. And there's never been a president that has had this kind of divisiveness, this kind of background. I mean, we've never had a president with convictions. And that all happened before he became president the second time. So you have to agree that half the country, okay, maybe he won the last election by a little, don't want to see his name emblazoned on the county. Palm Beach County did not vote for President Trump in the last election. And yet, those of us who live there will have to see his name every time just because he won 2 elections and he's a resident of Palm Beach County. Those are his accolades. That's it. A lot of us won 2 elections too and reside in Palm Beach County. So please listen to what we are saying. Stop the preemption. Stop the grift. There's no way he's not making money off of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be asking for it. It's either for his huge ego or for his pocket, or both. So let's just stop it. Let's not waste $5.5 million plus. Let's not allow him to put more money into his coffers. And let's not make at least half the residents, if not a lot more, or people coming in from elsewhere, feel terrible that they have to see his name every time they go in and out of this airport. Let's let, as Senator Sharif said, the economic development, the beauty of the name Palm Beach International Airport, what it has done for this county that is thriving, Let's keep it as is. This is not the time to do it. We can revisit this in the future, not in the middle of his presidency. That is yet to even be determined how bad it will actually become. Thank you.
Additional debate, Senator Bracey Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know I've talked a lot today, but Dr. Martin Luther King once said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. And this matters. This bill renames Palm Beach County International Airport after one of the most polarizing figures in modern history. And when we attach a name to a major airport, we're not simply labeling a building, we are endorsing a legacy. This legacy includes calling Mexican immigrants rapists and criminals, referring to African nations and Haiti as S-hole countries, fueling the racist birther conspiracy against President Barack Obama, a lie rooted in the idea that a black man could not legitimately be president of the United States. Calling for the execution of the Central Park Five and refusing to apologize even when they were exonerated. Telling 4 congresswomen of color to go back to where they come from. Spreading inflammatory lies about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs. And just recently, Donald Trump posted on his personal social media a video depicting President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama as monkeys and apes. Imagery rooted in one of the oldest and most violent racist tropes in American history. Republican members of Congress publicly condemned it. They called it racist. They called it blatantly offensive. They called it inexcusable. Senator Tim Scott said, and I quote, "It's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House." Not my words, his. And to be clear, those are not labels I'm creating in this moment. Those are words used by members of his own party. So when I speak about racial division, I'm grounding my remarks in a documented record and in bipartisan condemnation of that record. Dehumanization is not a small thing. It's not a joke. It's not politics as usual. It is language that makes injustice possible. Just moments ago, we stood in this chamber and acknowledged that dehumanization in 1949 destroyed the lives of the Groveland Four. We recognized that when black men were treated as less than human, institutions failed them. So I ask, why are we condemning dehumanization in one vote and honoring it in the next? This is not about party, it's about principle. It is about whether the state of Florida should override local control to enshrine a name that many Floridians experience not as unity, but as division. I know this bill is going to pass, but history does not only record the vote count. History records who stood. History records who objected. History records who refused to normalize what should never be normal. So, for the people of Senate District 15, and for every Floridian who has been diminished, marginalized, stereotyped, dehumanized, told to go back, made to feel less than, or made the target of divisive rhetoric from Donald J. Trump that questioned your belonging or your humanity, your dignity is not up for debate. For those who had to go high when he went low, for you, I vote no today.
Additional debate, Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I'll be brief. The main objection that I have with this bill is in the context of this trademark application that President Trump has just recently made. We know that that trademark application is going to be approved. So what we're doing here today is we're passing a bill using millions of dollars of Florida taxpayer money that will basically help subsidize President Trump's ability to continue to enrich himself on merchandise sales from the use of the name President Donald J. Trump Airport. The merchandise can be sold in the airport, it can be sold online, it can be sold anywhere in the United States or the world, and President Trump is going to profit off of that. This is unprecedented grift. It is completely unethical to continue to blatantly, in so many ways beyond this airport, enrich himself off of his public service. It's deliberate, it's overt, it's corrupt. And what I will close with is the fact that all of the Epstein atrocities happened in Palm Beach County. They happened down the street from that airport. And now the victims and the families, every time they go home, if Palm Beach County is their home, they will be re-victimized because, yeah, President Donald J. Trump is listed in the Epstein files nearly 6,000 times, senators. We can't do this. I stand in strong opposition to this bill.
Senator Burgess in debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First, I want to say dehumanization in any form is wrong. We can all agree on that. Dehumanization has been happening to our society for a lot longer than this last election cycle or the last election cycle before that. Pope Leo just called us as we walked into Lent, and yesterday was Ash Wednesday for those who may be Catholic or celebrate the Lenten season. He asked us to refrain from words that offend or hurt our neighbor. And I think that that's very profound because that's something that struck me for a long time, is how we speak to people and how we treat each other and how we do have a tendency with our words to be very tribal and to be dehumanizing. And I would submit, again, that dehumanization is wrong wherever it exists. But dehumanization also caused us to almost have a president that wouldn't have been when a bullet very narrowly missed him during a campaign rally. Dehumanization took the life of a young father whose only sin was to want to have civil discourse in public universities. Dehumanization everywhere is wrong, and we all must join together to end that. That being said, this is not some unprecedented feat. My understanding is the airport board voted for this. They're in favor of this. Palm Beach County, the city of Riviera Beach is in Palm Beach County. In 2015, while President Obama was still president of the United States, they renamed a major highway after him. And it didn't just say Barack Obama Highway, it said President Barack Obama Highway. There you go. Same county we're discussing right now, right here in this chamber. Whether we like it or not, Donald J. Trump is probably the most recognizable name in the planet, just like the Yankees are the most recognizable sports franchise on the planet. He's an amazing businessman. And so, yes, he's been very successful in life. And yes, there will be a lot of attention surrounding this. It's not abnormal to trademark things. Taylor Swift trademarks her name in many different ways. We don't hate her for that. So, all that to be said, this isn't unprecedented. MCO is a code for McCoy Air Force Base. It doesn't represent Orlando. There's no reflection of Orlando in that at all. Nobody would know. So at the end of the day, I understand that President Trump can be polarizing, but I want to focus on some actions. In 2017, well, most recently, peace in the Middle East, right? Hostages being freed. End of the Palestinian-Israeli war. In 2017, there was a strong likelihood that I was going to deploy because of what was happening in North Korea. We were training up to that. It didn't happen because we had a president with the courage to cross the DMZ. Something that happened and then was completely overlooked after that because it was so profound and so inconvenient of a truth to think that the President of the United States would go that far to strive for peace, that it was pretty quickly dismissed, and then we moved on with our life. These are watershed moments in history that I believe 50 years from now, when we're all not in this chamber and maybe not here on this earth, we're going to look back and recognize what this president, this sitting president, did to save America. I look at the portrait of Abraham Lincoln. We just had that bill, and I do appreciate Senator Polsky pointing it out because I was thinking the same parallel. I look at Lincoln's face, and on that portrait, and you just see lines, and you just see hurt and frustration. There's sorrow, there's pain. There's a man that he was hated more than he was loved. But he persevered, and he saved our country, and he united it. And he's one of the greatest presidents that ever lived. And so I think when we look back in the history books years from now, it's going to tell a much different story. We're caught up in the moment. We're living through an experience that I think together we all need to unite and we need to be better. But the actions speak a lot louder than the words, and I'm proud to support this bill.
Leader Berman in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. I have represented Palm Beach County for a long time, 16 years. And over those 16 years, I have heard constituents every day talk about what matters to them. They're concerned about property insurance, utility bills, schools, roads. Not once has someone called me or my office to demand that we change the name of our local airport, much less to the name of a sitting president who we as a county even never voted for. This bill is wrong and unnecessary. In committee, I asked the sponsor if she could name another time an airport had been named after a sitting president. The answer was no. There's a reason that Ronald Reagan National Airport was renamed after the presidency, and JFK Airport honors an assassinated president. These decisions are made with the benefit of time, history, and perspective, not in the middle of a term. And I will tell you that renaming one road in Riviera Beach when we have 36 cities in my county is not really a strong precedent for renaming something like an airport. Nothing real prompted this except for the president's request. It wasn't brought up at a delegation meeting by our county commission, nor have any cultural councils or chambers come to us saying we need a rebrand. This bill exists for one reason: to satisfy one large ego, and satisfying that ego isn't free. Regardless of whether it will be local, state, or federal dollars, taxpayers will be spending more than $5 million for costs such as branding change. I don't think this president needs to use any more taxpayer money to help his branding, especially when every dollar spent on this is a dollar not spent on road repairs in West Palm Beach, not spent on classroom resources in Boynton Beach, not spent on public safety across Palm Beach County, things we actually need. It was also recently announced that the president, as we've talked about today, trademarked his name. Instead of amending the bill to guarantee that no one beyond a political subdivision could collect any type of fees, we let that go through. How much more do taxpayers need to financially support a billionaire president? All this headache, and not once will the people living there even be asked. As I noted, the people of Palm Beach County have had 3 opportunities now to express their opinion on the man we are naming their airport after. He didn't win in Palm Beach County in 2016, 2020, or 2024. And what about the local officials who represent Palm Beach County? They have had no voice about what happens in their community. In any other case, this is a local bill where members of the local public have the opportunity to be heard and where members of the delegation have an opportunity to vote among themselves. But because it was well known that the delegation would defeat this request, it was made into a general bill that now threatens all Florida airports. In fact, President Trump, why settle for such a small airport? Why don't you set your sights on Miami International Airport? Go big and leave Palm Beach County alone. Of course, that's not what I really want, but that could happen under this bill and in any of your districts. Public airports are not political billboards. Airports are infrastructure, and they deserve to be treated that way. My colleagues, the people of Palm Beach County, did not ask for this, and they are not asking for this. What they and I are asking for is responsible stewardship of their tax dollars and respect for local authority they have exercised over their own community for decades. This bill has no historical precedent, no guardrails, indeterminate costs, and no mechanism to prevent a sitting president from commercially benefiting from a public asset. I urge every member of this chamber to vote no on this bill, not only because of who this president is, but because what this president means for every local community that comes after. Thank you.
Additional debate. Senator Pizzo in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Additional debate on this bill right now. We've got to step aside, take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back to the Senate floor, hearing some interesting debate about whether to rename Palm Beach Airport after Donald Trump. We also want to know your thoughts on whether you would support a bill to rename Orlando International Airport after President Trump. Let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan that QR code that you see there right now. Let's go ahead and listen in as Chevron Jones, a state senator, a Democratic state senator from Miami Gardens, speaks right now, live on the floor of the Senate in Tallahassee.
You do have Reagan International Airport. You have George H.W. Bush International Airport in Texas. The President of the United States, and I respect the office. And I talked to Senator Mayfield about it, and I said, you know what, you're right. And that's why I voted for it in Community Affairs. And I'll get to the change in a minute. But I want to talk about the $5.5 million that we are appropriating for this name change. And I'll tell you why I'm upset about the $5.5 million, because you all in my district, I represent the largest black district in this state. In one part of my district that I represent, I have been asking for dollars because these people's homes, when they flood, feces go into these people's house, and the governor vetoes it every year. $5.5 million could pay for the infrastructure in my district that's so desperately needed. But we found that money to be able to pay for the name change on the airport. And it's disheartening to me because when I go back home into my district, the one thing that I have to tell them is that we could not bring this money home again, but we could pay $5.5 million to change the name on the airport. And I just asked the question, has this been done before? And the answer was no. So why are we in this body, why are we setting a precedent that has never been done before for this particular president? I've spoken to Republicans, and many of you, I get it. Senator Pizzo made it clear already. I know you all don't want this either. Many of you don't. But I get it. But I would be wrong if I just sat here and did not bring up the fact that we all also know that this is not right. And if Palm Beach County wants this, then Palm Beach County should pay for it. They should absolutely pay for it. But that's not what we're talking about today, because even we spoke to some of the individuals from Palm Beach County from back at home. They made it clear that this is something they haven't even voted on, haven't even spoken about. So why are we doing it here today? In this country, right now, there is a division that exists, that my hope has always been that this president would turn the temperature down and raise up the unity in which we need in this country, just like we have in this body. I was in the back talking to the president in the back, and I said that, you know what, debate is healthy, and it is. I don't want to agree with you all the time. That's boring. I like to fight with you every now and then. But healthy disagreement also comes to a point where we have to call out when things are wrong and when things where we know is not right. You all saw the tweet from Truth Social. And I'll be very frank with you all. I said it in committee yesterday. In this country, depicting black people as apes was a deliberate tactic used to rationalize slavery. I'm going to give you the history of what apes and monkeys were used for when talking about black folk. It talked about segregation. It made mention of it being depicted as lynching. That history is not distant, members. And it's also not harmless. When Senator Tim Scott and other Republicans condemned the president on his actions, you would think that the president of the United States would follow up with an apology. But the president of the United States did not. He did not apologize for his actions. You know what he did? He gave an excuse for it. Members, you probably would not have seen this type of outcry if the president of the United States had not done what he has done to women, had not said what he has said about people, or conducted himself the way that he has. I will put you all's names on an airport before I put his. I'm going to say that again. I will put some of your names on an airport before I put his name on an airport. I know this bill will pass today, and Florida will approve the name change of a 34-count convicted felon, a known racist, and a man who has hurt so many people. I'll end with this. We heard that a staffer posted it, and that was the excuse that came. But I'm going to remind you all of something that Carolyn Levitt, the press secretary, said about when things are posted on Truth Social. She said, when you see something on Truth Social, you know it's directly from President Trump. It's coming from the horse's mouth. That's the beauty of this president. So let me tell you what we're about to approve today. We're about to approve an individual who called Haiti a S-hole country. We're about to approve the name change of a president who said grab a woman by her private part. We're about to approve the name change for a 34 convicted felon. And we're about to approve the name of an individual who has a known list of women who he has sexually abused. Remember, I have faith in this process. I have faith in many of you. And I know this will pass today, but I want to remind us of something. If the President of the United States don't want to turn the temperature down of the division that we're seeing in this country, my hope is that in this body, we will raise the temperature of unity in this country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Additional debate? Seeing Senator Osgood.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to start off by first commending.
We're going to go ahead and take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus. This debate continues right now on the floor of the Senate. Keep it right here, though, on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back. Would you support a bill to rename Orlando International Airport after Donald Trump? That is our poll question right now. Let us know. Do you absolutely? Is that a terrible idea, or does it not matter to you? Scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. And this is the reason that we are asking, because lawmakers continuing right now in Tallahassee on the floor of the Senate to debate renaming Palm Beach International Airport after President Donald J. Trump. This is a bill that's gotten a lot of pushback, as you might imagine, from Democrats in the state Senate. They are talking about it right now ahead of a vote expected shortly. The House has already approved this bill, so if the Senate votes to approve it, then it will head to Governor Ron DeSantis' desk. So let's go ahead and listen in. This is Senator Rosalind Osgood, a Democrat from Fort Lauderdale, who is speaking right now on the floor of the Senate. We have heard from many Democrats speaking out against it. We did just a little bit ago hear from Republican Senator Danny Burgess speaking in favor of it. So let's go ahead and listen back in right now.
A lot of policies, a lot of words. You know, when I keep going back to Project 2025, because I believe that that is the policy agenda. And it talks about dismantling things like civil rights that were put in place to give respect to Black Americans, to kind of put us to a place of equality, that we would not just value from our intellectual capacity and experience to build a civilization or our ability to work, but we would value it as Americans, that we would be given the right to vote, due process, and equal protection under the law through the Constitution. So I rise today because I believe that public honor, brothers and sisters, is really not about partisanship. It's not about political loyalty. It's about legacy, a legacy that reflects our shared values of those unborn, my values and your values. I didn't say my, but our shared values. And as individuals, we choose the individuals that we honor in public spaces, and that should represent our highest ideals of character, integrity, humility, and respect for all people. These names become symbols. They speak long after we are gone. They teach without even saying a word. So I have a simple ask today. I ask you to reflect. Does this name represent respect for women? Does it model humility, especially in sacred faith spaces? Does it embody the American principles of moral courage, dignity, and unity? Does it reflect what it truly means to be faithful to our God and faithful to our native land? A public memorial is permanent. Public memorials reflect the preeminence of principles. If we are to name gateways that welcome the world, like our airports, and give them a name, that name should represent our best selves, not our most divisive chapters. And as we consider what it means to be true to both our God and our country, let us remember the words that have carried generations of people that look like me through struggle and hope. Yeah, brothers and sisters, we have come over a way that the tears have been watered. We have come treading a path through the blood of the slaughtered, out from a gloomy past, till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star has cast. May we all forever stand true to our God and true to our native land. Let that be the spirit that guides the name that you choose to honor today. Thank you.
Additional debate? Senator Davis in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I truly should have gone before Senator Osgood, because that was the closing sermon of the day. But I just want to share my heart with this. I was not going to speak. But our colleague mentioned dehumanization, and I'm not going to remind anyone on this floor what has been said, because you all know by now the hurt, the pain, and the word that was mentioned was dehumanization. Dehumanization, dehumanizing, actually. So let me define it for you. The treating or seeing someone as seen as less than human, stripping them of their individuality, dignity, or qualities like pity, kindness, creativity, or often making them seem like objects, animals, or machines. It's also in a context that's pulled from war propaganda to oppressive systems like slavery or factory labor. So I was jotting down as I was listening some of the things that have been said. And I too agree that it's tacky. And I also agree that this is an illustration and painting from many people who have spoken here today what this president has done through actions, those actions that speak louder than words, that was stated by someone else, and the hurt that's been caused. And so as I close, I hope the comments that have been said illustrates that this gentleman, someone that we are attempting to name an airport after, you've talked about the presidents before and what they've meant to this country and how they have been presidents for everyone. And I think the comments are simply summed up in the best statement that I can say. A president should be a president for all of us. And the words you've heard today is that this president is a president for only some of us.
Additional debate. Senator Mayfield, you are recognized to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, where do I start? First, I want to make sure it's clear, since the trademark has been brought up several times. Trademark applications were filed to formalize a license arrangement and to prevent bad actors from infringing upon a misusing the name. And it was also brought up about the franchise fee. Where is it in the bill? Well, on line 62 of the bill, it states that it grants Palm Beach County the perpetuity and unrestricted right to use the name President Donald J. Trump, as well as reasonable abbreviations thereof at no cost, in signage, advertising, marketing, merchandising, and promotion, and for the branding of the airport and its operational services and amenities that are all related to it. Hopefully that clears up the trademark name and the licensing and the franchise. When we talked about money that the state gives the airport, our annual aviation program funding is about $250 million that we share and we give other airports around the state. And I also want to clear up that President Trump did not ask me to run this bill. Matter of fact, I haven't even talked to President Trump at all about this bill. It has been negotiated between Palm Beach County and the Trump entities. And I want to bring it back around to why I feel, and we all have our personal reasons, but why I feel that this is so appropriate to name this airport after Palm Beach County, after Donald J. Trump. Remember, he is a resident of Palm Beach County. President Trump is a resident of Palm Beach County. He has had real estate in Mar-a-Lago for years in Palm Beach County before he made this his personal residence. So let's go back in 2024, when President Trump won with 56.09%, earning the votes of nearly 1.5 million Floridians, more than his opponent in the general election. The people of Florida made their support clear. In response, the president has delivered decisively for our state and our nation. And I also want to bring up, there was an article in Newsweek when they did an analysis of the election that Donald J. Trump won more black voters than any Republican in 48 years in his election. But here's what I've heard questions if President Trump is deserving of having this airport named in his honor. Members, we are 395 days into President Trump's second term, and he has already delivered incredible results for our nation. Closed the southern border and deported more than 400,000 illegal aliens charged with convicted of crimes including countless killers, rapists, gang members, and repeated offenders. He signed Laken-Riley's Act into law, requiring the detention of any illegal alien who are criminally charged with the theft or violence. The law honors Laken-Riley, a Georgia college student brutally murdered by an illegal immigrant released into our country. He rescued 62,000 missing migrant children from trafficking, forced labor, and exploitation networking tied to illegal migration. Massively expanded the U.S. economy, creating more than 600,000 private sector jobs and delivering historic tax relief for small businesses and working class America. He forced Canada and Mexico to take meaningful steps to address
actual root cause of the anomalies that we observed. The investigations often stopped short of the proximate or the direct cause, treated it with a fix, or accepted the issue as an unexplained anomaly. In some cases, the proximate cause diagnosis itself was incorrect due to insufficient rigor in following the data to its logical conclusion. Now, we still stepped into crewed flight tests, so CFT, which was launched in June of 2024. Now, after a lot of delays and an unexpected helium leak, NASA and Boeing launched astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams aboard Starliner. During the rendezvous and proximity operations, propulsion anomalies cascaded into multiple thruster failures and a temporary loss of 6 degrees of freedom control. Now, the controllers and the crew performed with extraordinary professionalism. Flight rules were appropriately challenged, control was recovered, and docking was achieved. It is worth restating what should be obvious. At that moment, had different decisions been made, had thrusters not been recovered, or had docking been unsuccessful, the outcome of this mission could have been very, very different. The astronauts did remain safely aboard the International Space Station while they were advocating for data, for more testing, and for leadership engagement necessary to complete their mission safely. On the ground, joint Boeing and NASA teams conducted tests, reviewed data, and evaluated next steps. In September 2024, Starliner undocked autonomously. It did experience an unexpected crew module propulsion failure and landed successfully, though zero fault tolerant in the crew module thrusters throughout reentry. Butch and Sonny subsequently returned safely to Earth aboard SpaceX Crew 9 in March of 2025. Now, talking about the investigation, mistakes incurred from program's inception and continued throughout execution, including contractual management, oversight posture, technical rigor, and leadership decision-making. Boeing built the spacecraft, and from the onset, NASA approved variances, and we agreed to fly it. As development progressed, design compromises and inadequate hardware qualification extended beyond NASA's complete understanding. Now, variances exist across all major aerospace programs and by themselves are not unusual. The engineering reality, however, is that Starliner, with its qualification deficiencies, is less reliable for crew survival than other crewed vehicles, and that was as noted by the report. But at NASA, we managed the contract. We accepted the vehicle, we launched the crew to space, we made decisions from docking through post-mission actions. A considerable portion of the responsibility and accountability rests here. Now, talking about root causes, we have identified organizational root causes. The technical investigations to identify the proximate or direct causes for the service module and crew module thruster anomalies remain ongoing. So I think acknowledging that present-day reality is essential to mission success. So to the root causes first. NASA's limited touch acquisition and management posture left the agency without the systems knowledge and development insight required to confidently certify a human-rated spacecraft, and insight versus oversight was not applied consistently. Second, Boeing's propulsion system design and certification approach allowed hardware to operate outside qualification limits, which is incompatible with crew safety margins. Third, NASA's programmatic desire to maintain two dissimilar crew transportation systems influenced technical and operational risk discussions. Now, it is through that lens that we examine leadership decision-making through the various phases of the mission. Pre-launch. More than 30 scheduled CFT launch attempts created cumulative schedule pressure and decision fatigue. Prior OFT thruster risk was never fully understood, corrective actions from OFT-1 were incomplete, and flight rationale was therefore inadequate. Witness statements routinely reflected a belief that management within the commercial crew program could only succeed if Starliner launched. Now, on orbit, disagreements over crew return options deteriorated into unprofessional conduct while the crew remained on orbit. Witness statements describe an environment where advocacy tied to the Starliner program viability persisted alongside insufficient senior NASA leadership engagement to refocus teams on safety and mission outcomes. Now, post-mission, despite the loss of 6 degrees of freedom control and cost thresholds exceeding a Type A mishap by a factor of over 100, a mishap was not declared. Concern for the Starliner program's reputation influenced that decision. Initially, our commercial crew program investigated itself. Ultimately, these decisions were inconsistent with NASA's safety culture, and a subsequent independent investigation was commissioned, and the record is now being corrected. Today, we formally designate this event a Type A mishap to ensure lessons are fully captured for future missions. Programmatic advocacy exceeded reasonable bounds and placed the mission, the crew, and America's space program at risk in ways that were not fully understood at the time decisions were being contemplated. This created a culture of mistrust that can never happen again, and there will be leadership accountability. Now, our path forward, NASA will continue to work with Boeing, as we do all of our partners that are undertaking test flights. Sustained crew and cargo access to low Earth orbit will remain essential, and America benefits from competition and redundancy. But to be clear, NASA will not fly another crew on Starliner until technical causes are understood and corrected, the propulsion system is fully qualified, and appropriate investigation recommendations are implemented. A little bit to transparency. Transparency is not a weakness. It is a strength. We will release the investigation in full, redacted only where legally required or as directed by our commercial partner. Pretending unpleasant situations did not occur teaches the wrong lessons. Failure to learn invites failure again and suggests that in human spaceflight, failure is an option. It is not. America entrusts NASA with the hardest endeavors ever attempted. The world looks to us for the discoveries, achievements, and leadership only this agency can deliver, and that requires putting the mission and the crew first. We will achieve success through extreme ownership, immense competence, and decisive action. Thank you.
And with that, we will open the floor to questions for reporters on the phone, and we will start with Marcia Dunn from the AP.
Yes, hello, Mr. Isaacman. Given that the space station only has 4 more years as of right now before it's decommissioned, why continue with Starliner at this point? Surely this investigation is going to be continuing on for a while longer. Why bother to keep Boeing on board at this point? Thanks.
So at NASA, we see near endless demand for crew and cargo access to low Earth orbit well beyond the life of the International Space Station. One of our top priorities here in line with President Trump's national space policy is to ignite the orbital economy, which hopefully necessitates numerous commercial space stations in low Earth orbit, in which case, as I mentioned before, America benefits by having multiple pathways to take our crew and cargo to orbit. We certainly hope, and we intend to fully work with Boeing in the months ahead to get to technical cause of the thruster issues, to implement the recommendations from the independent investigation, and return to crewed flight. Thanks.
And next, we will go over to Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good afternoon. Before this announcement, NASA had said that they were working towards a Starliner 1 cargo-only mission as soon as April, and if that was successful, that could be followed up by a crewed mission perhaps towards the end of the year. Does that schedule still hold based on what we have heard today about the various steps you believe need to be taken before Starliner is ready to fly crew, or will that schedule be altered in some way?
Well, I think a no earlier than date is just a no earlier than date. I mean, what we don't want to do is perpetuate past problems by establishing, endless target launch dates that we were unable to meet. I think right now, our focus here at NASA is working alongside Boeing, again, to understand the technical challenges that have caused these service module and crew module thruster issues, to remediate them, make sure we have a full understanding of the risk associated with this vehicle, implement the report, the recommendations from the report, and get back to flight. Now, if that happens to line up in April, then so be it. And if we can follow that on with crewed missions, that's fantastic as well. As I mentioned, I think there's going to be endless demand for crew and cargo access to low Earth orbit, well beyond the design life of the International Space Station. But we are not going to fly again, crew or uncrewed, until it's ready.
And next, we will go to Eric Berger with Ars Technica.
Hi, thanks very much for doing this. A couple questions. First of all, Jared, how widespread were the leadership failures in this case on NASA's part? And what does there will be leadership accountability actually mean? Are we talking about program changes, a commercial crew, elsewhere in HEO, or sort of what could happen?
Well, in terms of what were the leadership failures, to provide more specificity, leading up to launch, while the astronauts were on space station and we were evaluating what actually transpired and what are our options to bring these astronauts home, and then after they came home, there was a continuous the overarching programmatic objective of dissimilar crewed access was continued to be introduced into the conversation when mission and crew safety should have come first. Now, that resulted for the various NASA workforce and contractors that were involved in this process, a breakdown in culture, created trust issues. And where leadership failed was to recognize that this was taking place and to intervene and course correct. There was always an option. Everybody, even if you don't follow spaceflight closely, knew that there was always an option that could have been sent up, was inevitably going to be sent up, that could bring these astronauts home. Pretending that that did not exist, and focusing exclusively on a single pathway that was and now quite clearly a mishap, created a cultural issue that leadership should have been able to step in and course correct. What levels of the organization inside NASA did that exist at? Multiple levels, including, I would say, right up to the administrator of NASA. I can't imagine a situation like that why there would not have been some direct involvement to bring people back to the mission and the crew and figure out the correct pathway forward, which we ultimately did arrive at. But as I mentioned in my letter and my remarks, how we got there was not the correct way.
And next, we will go to Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now.
Yes, hi. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us this afternoon. Given, obviously, that these are two very different programs, but that Boeing is the contractor behind both Starliner and the Space Launch System rocket, as we're watching the tanking tests underway now, are there any possible overlap between leadership concerns from how Starliner was handled to how the leadership where SLS is concerned has been running and is moving forward at this point in time? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. It's a good one, but what I think what the administrator said is important is the alignment between the development methodology and the test and qualification methodology. So, in the environment we're in commercial crew, within the fixed price environment where you're providing services, you have limited insight and oversight. That works depending on the hardware richness of the program and the test approach. It doesn't work if you classically develop quality built in. So that's the real difference, is that those things have to be aligned. It's not about one versus the other. It's about making sure that you're testing and qualifying according to your development approach. And so with on the core stage, even on space station, the development approach is similar in terms of how it works with the company, but at the same time, the test, the qualification, the fault tolerance, how that's levied, and how the certification is done does match up. And so in that particular case, we have less concerns because we're basically testing like we should according to the way we're building the hardware.
And we will move to Bill Harwood with CBS News.
Questions continuing of the NASA administrators discussing some of the failures that led to a mishap now officially declared with the flight of Starliner, talking about when the thrusters failed during the docking, things that could have really gone much worse than they did. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. We'll get you right back to this news conference on the other side of this break, so keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. I want to get you back to NASA headquarters for this news conference where we're hearing the findings of the investigation into some of the failures, the root organizational causes that led to what has now been declared a mishap with Starliner. Meanwhile, a fueling test for Artemis 2, the next crewed mission to go around the moon, is underway right now with a simulated launch scheduled for later tonight. And we want to know if you would feel safe traveling to space. So scan the QR code you see on your screen, go to fox35orlando.com/vote, and let us know what you think as we listen back in to NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman talking about the investigation into Starliner.
That I did have conversations with Boeing on this. I think they put out a public statement. I completely concur with it. Just as we are taking ownership of our shortcomings, which I think is absolutely imperative for NASA to be able to undertake our world-changing mission in air and space, they are doing the same. And I believe, and I've spoken to a number of our team members here at NASA that work closely with Boeing on Starliner, that there has been, some recognizable changes in their approach to the vehicle. And a very concerted effort to adjust the culture inside that organization. So clearly, both NASA and Boeing had work to do, and we are doing it right now.
And now we will go to Kenneth Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. This is for the administrator. So you were saying that this result of an imbalance between insight versus oversight over Boeing. I was wondering, was this also this imbalance SpaceX? SpaceX just happened to do a better job. And also, are there lessons here that you're going to apply to HLS? Thank you.
He said it was to you.
I don't know. I'm not going to take it. Yeah, again, the point here is that we have to have a kind of risk-based approach to how we're doing insight and oversight. You can't apply the same method to two different development processes. And so, the one approach allows for kind of total openness and into the systems. The one relies a little bit on kind of fixed deliverables and how that works. And you can't just kind of spread that out. It has to be tailored according to the risk in the systems, the propulsion systems, life support systems, et cetera, need to have more than, kind of a spot level of insight. And that's what we're trying to right size. I think we've learned, through every iteration of the commercial services approach and, a lot of our contracting approaches to make sure that we are tailoring those things going forward in the existing developments we have that use the same approach. But again, the most important point here is that, it requires that intensive application of that per system, per company, per what they do for their development, and it can't just be assumed that they're symmetrical. And I think that's really the key here in terms of how we manage these programs going forward.
And now we'll head to Jackie Waddles with CNN.
Hi, folks. Thanks for doing this. Apologies, I didn't quite hear that last question. I hope I'm not repeating anyone, but wanted to kind of piggyback off of Eric's and Will's questions. If this is more of a systemic issue within commercial crew, does this raise any concerns that oversight is also inadequate for SpaceX? And then just since Artemis 2 is on the launch pad, question for Administrator Isaacman, does it raise any concerns for you that the safety measures in place are insufficient, not just for commercial crew, but maybe more broadly within the space agency? And if your answer is no, could you detail why you're confident that these issues don't carry over? Thanks.
Read the first part.
I didn't hear the first part.
Let me take the second part of the question, which is just how do I view Artemis 2 on the pad right now relative to this situation, and if I'm not concerned, why? And then if you wouldn't mind just repeating the first part of your question when it's done. As Ahmed mentioned, these are two very different contracting approaches. SLS is very much conceived through a traditional procurement process. We have lots of prime contractors, lots of subcontractors. NASA owns a lot of the design and the assembly of the vehicle. I would also say versus what was a Starliner, which was designed to be procured essentially as a service in that. You can certainly see in the report that a lack of, or an inadequately applied insight and oversight into the original Starliner program is because we had very high confidence from the get-go in the manufacturer based on their past performance on other programs. And, we, even after the OFT-1 and OFT-2, we still gave a lot of kind of benefit of the doubt there when we probably rightfully should have unpacked it a lot deeper, and maybe we would not have flown CFT-1 in hindsight on that. I think that's very different again from SLS. Leverages a lot of components that go back to the space shuttle program, procured and assembled in a more traditional way, and also with the mindset that this is now the most, important human spaceflight mission in more than a half century. There cannot be enough eyes on this program. I've dispatched, second and third and fourth sets of eyes during the Artemis II campaign. Amit has dispatched multiple sets of eyes on this. We have pre-FRRs down to the component level, the integrated level FRR. We are putting a lot of attention on this because this is a mission we do not want to get wrong. I will say, though, that part of the reason that we are having this discussion right now, leaning into transparency, and this is irrespective of the date that we're communicating it just so happened to be during wet dress, is to make sure we are sending the right message within the workforce of NASA that we have to make the right decisions in this circumstance. Leadership has to be appropriately applied because the situation we found ourselves in with Starliner, with CFT, could happen anywhere across the organization. And as I mentioned before, the approach we took is not compatible with human spaceflight, and we cannot allow it, not permit it to continue. And if you wouldn't mind just asking the first part of your question again, and we'll see if Amit can answer it.
Sure. Sorry about that. Yeah, it was kind of baked in a little bit to the answer there, but I was curious since it seemed to be an indication that there was
more questions being asked in this news conference about the Starliner flight, some of the takeaways from it. You heard them ask about the Artemis II, which is on the pad right now, potentially a launch for that coming up in March. Again, it's a fueling test going on right now. And don't forget to vote in our Florida Live poll right now either. We're going to take a quick break here, but we'll get you back to NASA headquarters in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you back to this news conference. Question just a moment ago from the Orlando Sentinel asking, now that this mishap is classified on the same level as Challenger and Columbia, two space disasters. The administrator was just asked about that, and let's go ahead and listen in.
If a gear up landing of an aircraft is a Type A mishap and no one was hurt, and we could declare that, then we sure as heck should do that. When we had a very severe situation in space where we did lose for a period of time 6 DOF control over the vehicle, our astronauts spent an extensive amount of time on orbit, well in excess of the original mission design. And when we did ultimately bring them back home, we had to forego 2 astronaut spots that would otherwise have been conducting good science and research on the space station. That's a Type A mishap. So sure, you can point to some moments in our history where we made some terrible mistakes and there were really bad outcomes as a result of it. Those are Type A mishaps. We have had situations where a ground-based antenna was over-rotated and caused damage that approached a Type B mishap, for example. So it's not necessarily a question, again, of a human life. Anything to add, Amit?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think it's so. Just to be clear, and this is maybe a little pedantic, but if Challenger and Columbia vastly exceeded that threshold because of the loss of life, those were actually presidential commissions that were established to investigate those things at that level. That's not what we're suggesting here. The administrator is right that we do have procedural requirements, which, by the way, are informed by the lessons learned from those catastrophic events that lead to this mishap classification. That, strictly speaking, with respect to correcting the record, that's exactly what this means in terms of this classification. It also means that it would have invoked independent review. And we, because of the program in ISS as well as CCP, agreed to let that independent review occur. The process by which the review is conducted meets the standards according to what would have been invoked if it was a Type A mishap. And so we believe that the work has been done to identify that, the independent review, the witness statements, et cetera, the data collection that would have been done. This is simply about recognizing that we need to correct the mistake, and that according to what the administrator said, is exactly what this is.
And now we'll go to Andrea Leinfelder with the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, my question is a follow-up to that one. Is a Type A mishap literally then just something that's more than $2 million in damages? Can you clarify that? And also, when you start talking about management cultural concerns, I do think people start thinking of the shuttle. And so I'm curious if you saw any parallel to the shuttle disasters, and are there any cultural changes you're looking to make at NASA now? Thank you.
So, as I described before, Type A, Type B, Type C mishaps is relatively standardized across the government. So you hear it often referenced in Air Force or Navy-related matters when there's damages to aircraft and ships. So yes, there is a dollar threshold that's associated with it. It's depending on the service or the agency, it triggers various events, one of which in NASA would have been an independent review, which has already been conducted, and the findings of which being released today. But as Amit mentioned, this is about getting the record straight. And I do think that failure to acknowledge this as it was, which is a Type A mishap, and ensure that we are transparent and correct, management and leadership missteps that could lead to an unhealthy culture is absolutely warranted. Failing to do so invites repeats of previous catastrophic events, which again is never an acceptable outcome here at NASA.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week.
Stephanie, one clarification with the declaration of this now as a Type A mishap, does that mean that the formal investigation board, you don't need to do one at this point? You're saying that that's already been completed, and the reclassification of the Starliner incident is it's retroactive in that sense. And Garrett, has Boeing committed to you that they will stay in the Starliner program? Gotten any indications that they are finished with investing in this program? Thanks.
Yes. So to answer the first part of the question, we are not conducting a new investigation. We did conduct an independent investigation, as would have been required had this been declared Type A mishap from the start. So in that respect, the work is done. The redacted reports are being made public. We're speaking to you all today. There is still ongoing work. As I mentioned before, like we have not arrived at the technical root cause of the SM and RCS thruster failures, and we are working alongside Boeing in order to solve that problem and implement the report recommendations I mentioned before so we can get back to flight. I'm not going to put words in Boeing's mouth. They released a statement that I think expressed the desire to continue to work with us, as they have done since CFT-1 returned from space, to solve the problem. And I think they acknowledge what I mentioned before, which is there is going to be extraordinary and continuous demand for crew and cargo access to low Earth orbit well after the design life of the International Space Station. And I think it serves the American people, certainly our international partners in the world, to have multiple providers capable of undertaking that important work. I fully anticipate Boeing will be there.
And now we'll head to Ryan Caton of NASASpaceflight.com.
Thank you very much for doing this, Ryan Caton, NSF. A couple questions. First of all, I was just wondering if there was a Boeing representative who was invited to attend today's conference. And second, I was wondering, considering both the recent WB-57 gear-up grounding and the Challenger and Columbia disasters are currently classified under the same type of mishap, if NASA's mishap definitions are sufficient for the modern day. Thank you.
So, as I mentioned, the mishap categorization is relatively, as I understand it, and I have some experience with it outside of NASA, is standardized across agencies and part of our Department of War services. So this would be the same if you were to reference ships that are damaged, aircraft-related incidents. The same type of standard is applied. Now, what it triggers can be very different. Here, Type A mishap for sure is going to get the attention of the administrator of NASA, and it's going to require an independent investigation. And that's how this should have always been done, and it's how we are characterizing it today. I don't think there is anything that is flawed about that process.
We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live as this news conference continues. Also want to let you know, once this news conference wraps up, we'll be joined by one of our space experts to break down some of the takeaways. So keep it here on Florida Live. We'll be right back with more coverage on the other side of this break. welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you back to this news conference. We was just asked about, the NASA administrator was, I just asked about why this wasn't declared a mishap before, when this was happening. Let's go ahead and listen in as the news conference continues about the issues with Starliner, now declared a Type A mishap.
Been declared a mishap, and we fully obviously concur with it. So that's why we're righting the wrong here and trying to course correct. If you're asking what were some of the possibilities of why it was considered, I think we referenced it before that throughout the development of this program is certainly leading up to flight on orbit as we evaluated options of how to bring the crew home, and then post-mission when we decided what to do about it. The overarching programmatic objective of dissimilar crewed access to orbit was present in those discussions where it probably, especially in certain cases, had no place being there when it directly tied to the mission and crew safety.
Now Anthony Leone with Spectrum News.
Hello, and thank you for taking our questions today. Mr. Isaacman, you explained what the Type A mishap is, but how much danger were Butch and Sonny in, particularly when they were having the thruster issues, and how much of what happened with Starliner impacted Butch and Sonny's decision to retire from NASA? Thank you.
I'm certainly not going to speculate on their decision to retire from NASA. They both had extraordinary careers. Outright unbelievable careers here at NASA, and grateful for all their years of service to science and discovery at NASA. How much danger they were in? Losing 6 DOF control is a huge deal. I actually want to give a lot of credit, and I mentioned it in my remarks earlier, to the flight controllers that made the decision to kind of challenge some of our flight rules and bring that crew to a safe haven, which is the International Space Station. Had that not taken place, had thrusters not been recovered, it could have very well been a different outcome. As I mentioned before, after we did undock Starliner, and it autonomously re-entered, it came home zero fault tolerant for another. That was a CM thruster failure that we were not anticipating at the time. So the spaceship was not healthy. And I think everybody absolutely, as I mentioned before, we got to the right place. How we got there was not correct, and that's why we are trying to set the record straight and classify this situation accordingly so lessons are learned and not repeated. But we are grateful we have two astronauts here, and that we did properly investigate this, and that lessons will be appropriately learned across the agency, and there will be accountability.
Marcia Smith with Space Policy Online.
Thanks so much for taking my question. I think that's the question I still have in my mind, what you just said about there's going to be accountability. What exactly, succinctly, are you trying to change now? You're going to change some of the leadership? Are you going to try and change training or change the culture? Just, in just a couple of sentences, what precisely are you trying to change now?
I think first and foremost, we're trying to send a message about what is the right and wrong way to handle situations like this so that they do not reoccur. I think setting the record straight, classifying as a Type A mishap, ensures what happened here with this mission is appropriately recorded and can be referenced for future learning. This is how you course correct a culture. I do think that what we will have learned from this will inform how we handle future contractual procurements with our vendors. Space is extraordinarily hard right now. I mean, for sure, not taking anything away from SpaceX's success story with Crew Dragon. That was an evolution from Cargo Dragon to Crew Dragon. Lots of demand was able to be forecasted, and they delivered a service that has enabled us to send American astronauts to and from space now for more than 5 years. Our counterparts in Russia are still using Soyuz, which is essentially derived from more than a half-century-old spacecraft. What we're talking about is extremely hard. So I think by properly characterizing this, ensuring that the information is made public, we can look at it when we do subsequent procurements. Are there areas where we should stand back a little bit more and let industry and all their knowledge and experience inform the process? If it's not absolutely critical to safety of flight, for sure, we should welcome their ideas on how to arrive at the right outcome. And then there's areas where it is absolutely imperative, based on all of our years learning and leading in this challenging field of human exploration, that we should be establishing the appropriate requirements and go beyond insight, but proper oversight in that matter. And yes, I do think that as we work through this process, we will look at where there were leadership shortcomings, where people should have stepped in and tried to course correct when it was clear the conversation that was being had was not appropriate for the mission and the crew at hand. And we'll make adjustments. I do want to point out that I think that goes right up the chain of command. I don't know what, even at the most senior levels of the agency, you'd be waiting for to step into than when you had such a high visibility situation on orbit where astronauts no longer, at least at that moment, had a good, safe, certified way to come home. There were a lot of leadership failures in that regard.
Brandon Vigliarolo from the Register was unable to get on the call but sent in his question. He asked, does the blame placed on the CCP for prioritizing contractor results over technical rigor suggest CCP isn't a sustainable or reliable path forward for American spaceflight? Is letting private companies lead space development creating unnecessary risk for astronauts and the future of spaceflight? And I will just note that this is the last question.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to pull this way up from the CCP level. CCP is a very successful program, extremely successful program, and helped return American spaceflight capability in the United States after more than a decade when the space shuttle was retired. I mean, a very, what I would consider dark day, or dark decade at NASA is when our dependency went overseas to send our astronauts to and from space, and our CCP program was able to bring that back. And in terms of leveraging private industry and expertise to enable America's space program, we've been doing that since the get-go. I mean, I can't emphasize that enough. People seem to think that's somewhat of a new development. It's not. We didn't get to the moon without the contributions of America's greatest aerospace industries. Boeing and McDonnell Douglas were, it's just some examples of it. And many of those names still exist today, and we also have new ones. And we have new approaches to contracting. Some things we procure, some we develop ourselves, and some we purchase as a service. I think, properly categorizing this situation, ensuring the information is made available, that lessons are learned, we can use that to make sure our culture is correct, our internal expertise is correct, that we restore core competency in the areas that are essential for our mission success, for achieving our national space policy, to make sure that when we design these procurements, we are taking the right approach from a requirements and an insight and oversight perspective. So again, relying on industry to get us there is one of our strengths at NASA. It is not a liability, but there are certainly things we can do better here in order to achieve our objectives. And step one in that is the conversation we have today and the materials we're releasing to you all today.
And with that, I think we will turn over the floor to the Associate Administrator to close us out.
Thanks, Bethany. And again, thanks to everyone for their interest, and of course the Administrator for his incredible leadership here. I think it's really important that we recognize that this is not about, it really is, this is hard to hear, and this for the workforce of NASA. And I've been here in the agency almost 20 years now, and it is hard to hear sometimes when we're talking about our culture and we're talking about how we do things. I think it's important to recognize that this form of leadership allows our culture to get better. And in the past, we've only really had honest conversations about our culture and our leadership and our sense of accountability and how we need to get better after the worst has happened. This was a really challenging event, and in our recent history, as the Administrator said, we almost did have a really terrible day, thanks to the work that the team did in real time, as well as the wisdom that was showed, by the program ultimately afterwards when we were investigating that worked out. But that transparency is the key. We need to be able to talk freely about inside the agency, outside the agency, about what we're doing and when we're doing the wrong things. And we always talk about being able to speak up, but we don't all the time. And all of you that are hearing this probably feel that a little bit too. And I want to say that we know that. But we need to get better, and every day we need to get better. And so this transparency, it starts from the top. It starts with the administrator. It goes through me. It goes to everybody. Everybody owns that. And as we progress towards crewed lunar flight, as we continue to fly ISS, as we continue to develop these vehicles, as we continue to develop the incredible science machines that we're building, we need to be able to speak to each other. You know, NASA is a family. And the extended NASA family outside, a lot of us have, on the outside, on the inside, have known each other for a very long time. And some of that is, it makes it hard sometimes to make sure that we're holding each other accountable. And we understand that. It's really important for you to hear that. We understand that. And this is what we're trying to communicate through this announcement, through the release of the products, and through what we're going to do going forward. Recognizes just how close we all are, but also recognizes that despite that closeness, technical truth and rigor and focus in the right areas is really what we need from everybody. And I would say that it's also a little bit about. Like I said, we are a family, and Butch and Sonny are honestly like family to me. I will just tell you personally. That I've known them both for almost my entire career on STS 129. I was the robotics lead for that mission, and Butch and I sat side by side together for hundreds of hours as we're preparing to install pallets on this amazing machine that now has been flying for as long as it has. He's really just a brilliant guy. He's got a great sense of humor. I'll tell you, one time that my first shift on console as a flight director, they make a big to-do about it, and then basically the flight director is supposed to tell everybody to leave, which I did summarily. But the next thing that happened after that was I got a phone call at the console, and it was Butch, and he was on board as Expedition 40. And he called me, and the first thing he told me was, "Man, it looks like they'll let anybody run this place." That's the kind of guy he is. When he came back from space, even from the Starliner on Crew 9 and during this whole incident, he stood amongst the entire world and said that he was also to blame, and that's an incredible thing. Sunny, same way. I mean, she's just an incredible American, just a brilliant astronaut. I first started working with her in STS 116. We're installing 5 trusses, and she's done incredible work in space all throughout the agency. It's interesting. A lot of you probably know. My parents are immigrants. I was born here, but they're from India, and they're naturalized American citizens now. But they.
The NASA Associate Administrator wrapping up this news conference from NASA headquarters, where they are discussing their interactions with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, the Starliner astronauts who were on board, talking about how they have handled this entire situation. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. We'll be right back after this on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We are just about out of time, our hour here on Fox 35, but I want to let you know that news conference, NASA news conference, has wrapped up. On the other side of this break, if you're joining us on Fox Local and YouTube, we are going to keep talking about this. Going to be joined by Ken Kramer, who's the managing editor of Space Up Close. We heard him ask a question during that news conference talking about Starliner. So we're going to dive into the takeaways from this, what this means for the commercial program, what this means for Starliner moving forward, what this means for other future launches, including the Artemis II launch that is scheduled or they're aiming for sometime next month. So a lot of questions now about this and where things go from here. So we will talk with Ken about that in just a minute over on our live stream. If you're already watching on Fox Local and YouTube, just sit tight and we'll have more in just a minute. Let me go ahead and give you a live look here on the tarmac in Rome, Georgia, Air Force One there. It has landed. President Trump is on his way now.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us here on this Thursday afternoon, 3 o'clock now. Got another half hour with you here on Fox Local and YouTube. And if you just switched over from Fox 35 TV, we appreciate you joining us here on our live streaming news coverage. We've been listening into that news conference from NASA, which just wrapped up a couple of minutes ago, talking about what happened with Starliner, declaring it now a Type A mishap. And so I'm pleased to be joined now by Ken Kramer, who is the managing editor of Space Up Close, and who's joining us live via Zoom from Kennedy Space Center right now. Ken, we appreciate you joining us here this afternoon on Fox 35 News Plus.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, it was quite an informative briefing, and I've got the VAB and actually the SLS Artemis II rocket in back of me also in the distance.
Yeah, it has been a busy day for space news. We've been tracking that Artemis II fueling test as well. Ken, I just want to first get your overall kind of takeaways from what we heard in that news conference. I mean, new NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman kind of expressing the need for transparency and accountability when it comes to this, and it seems like this is something that, as we heard them say today, could have been very bad, and now they're kind of acknowledging that.
That's right. It could have been catastrophic. I had a lot of questions about this, as I asked in the briefing. I've never been satisfied with Boeing's sense of urgency in solving these problems. But I'm really glad that Isaacman owned the situation today and put it right on the line and said they have to accept responsibility, NASA and Boeing. Boeing is the one who built the Starliner, and they've got to do a better job in the future because human lives are at stake. The Commercial Crew Program is an excellent program, but NASA has less oversight over it because of that. And I think that's something that needs to change, because not just with Boeing, but also with SpaceX, there's always issues that are cropping up. Even in Crew 12, there were some last-minute issues, and they had to fix them. So human lives are at stake. We can't afford another accident. That's what came loud and through today. So I'm really glad NASA's taken it to heart, and they're going to make changes in the management and the culture. Especially the culture needs to change, and that's got to come from the management. There needs to be a sense of urgency to solve these problems, sense of urgency that I personally have not seen on the part of Boeing over the past few years.
Well, and that's one of the things that they discussed there. Obviously some issues with the design and the engineering, but when it comes to the decision making, Isaacman outlined really several things that were flaws and errors that led to this continuing to kind of move forward. And I thought it was interesting to hear him say that one of the things he believed they were influenced by was the desire to have almost feeling the pressure for the need for that Starliner program to succeed. Ken.
Yeah, that's interesting. There's always pressure to succeed, but it has to be done in a rational way, and you don't want to launch until you're actually ready to launch. And it kind of came through today that maybe they weren't really ready. NASA didn't provide enough oversight. But, Boeing's got to take responsibility because they're the ones that didn't do the work in the first place to make sure it would be safe. They still don't know the cause of the issues with the reaction control system and in the service module. And that is one of the major questions that I have is why have Boeing not completed these tests earlier? I worked in industry, and when you have a problem, you got to attack it. And you can't say, well, the facility is not available to do the test, and so we're going to have to wait a couple of months to get it done. No, that's not acceptable. You got to do the test now, as soon as possible, especially when you got astronauts on the International Space Station. And that should be your sense of urgency to solve the problem as soon as possible and as effectively as possible.
Now, Ken, we heard Jared Isaacman say several times about how the outcome could have been different. They could have had a very, very different outcome because those thrusters failed during the docking. If they didn't get them back, if the docking failed, they could have had a very different outcome. He kind of danced around it a little bit, never said it could have been deadly or explained what might have happened. I know you're a scientist. What could have happened if things didn't end up the way they did and they were able to recover and dock successfully?
Yeah, once they docked at the station, then they were okay because they could have come home on another ship at some point, which is exactly what happened. But you were asking about right before docking. That is really the issue. There was thrusters overheated and they didn't function. So if they didn't function, then they couldn't fire to bring them back to Earth. And you have to have reliable thruster firings so that you can slow the spacecraft down and re-enter the Earth and have the right orientation and wind up, near a landing spot where you're able to land. It's primarily for land with the Starliner, although they can land in the ocean too. So they could potentially have come home in an uncontrolled manner, and that is totally unsafe. So that's what he is getting at. So thank God they were able to get to the station. And it seemed like what turned out was not firing the thrusters cooled them down and then brought some of them back online. So maybe they could have waited it out in orbit. But even then, they only have about 2 or 3 days supply in orbit, maybe 4 or 5. But they can't stay indefinitely in orbit just for a short period of time. So you don't want to have an uncontrolled reentry. That is absolutely the last thing, because that would have been deadly, potentially.
Now declared a Type A mishap. What message does this send?
This message sends that this can't happen again. That everybody, Boeing, NASA, even SpaceX, has to take lessons learned from this. When you see a problem, you got to attack it. You got to attack it right away, because we don't want to have these things happen. And if SpaceX were to go down, we have no way to get to the International Space Station, because even the Russian Soyuz can't launch right now. They had a launch pad problem where they damaged their launch pad in the last launch when NASA astronaut Chris Williams launched to the ISS late year on a Soyuz. So you have you're putting the space station at risk when you don't have any way to get back and forth, because it can only function with astronauts on board, and they only have a limited number of supplies. All the supplies have to come from Earth. So that's the issue.
Let's talk a little bit about the fallout from this before I let you go. And I want to give folks a live look right now at the Artemis fueling test that's going on the launch pad, not too far from where you're standing right now, Ken.
Right.
Could some of these lessons, these changes, these directives of and renewed focuses, could some of these things impact a potential launch with Artemis 2? Because we know Artemis 2 is dealing with some issues of its own.
Well, that's right. And that came up at the briefing. And NASA explained that, this is a totally different type of contract, and NASA has a lot more oversight on it and can tell Boeing what to do a lot more than they can tell them on the Starliner. So that whole contract with commercial crews is going to need some modifications to provide a lot more NASA oversight. But yes, it's an absolutely legitimate question. Is Boeing doing a sufficient job here? Well, they've done a lot of testing. And right now we have this second wet dress rehearsal going on. And that's a really good thing because it had to be aborted the first time. So far, it looks good. But we'll see at the end at 8:30 tonight if they complete all the fueling and they get that countdown down to T-minus 30 seconds or so and then recycle it to prove that it actually is ready for astronauts. So what you asked is a legitimate question. And I think it's being addressed by doing this second wet dress rehearsal right now and not rushing into a launch. I mean, the first time, I think they made a mistake by having the wet dress and the launch almost on top of one another. They should have decoupled them. So they should have done the wet dress, look at those results, and only after that set a launch date. And that's the situation right now. So they're going to do this test. Hopefully it'll be successful. And then they need a couple of days to analyze it, and only then will they launch it. And the earliest would be March 6th, but if it's not ready, then they'll go to the next window, and they would have to roll it back then if they launch in April, because there are some batteries on the flight termination system that have to be changed, and also on the upper stage. So we'll see. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, absolutely legitimate question to ask: is Boeing going to do a good job here? And the answer must be yes.
Well, and we've talked time and time again about the importance of things going right when you're talking about crew members, humans on board those spacecraft.
That's right. They've got 4 precious lives here. If this doesn't succeed, it would probably derail the whole program. We certainly wouldn't be landing on the moon by the end of the decade. And but whenever it does happen, it's got to be done safely.
Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close. We always appreciate you joining us, and thanks for talking with me this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
All right. Thank you. Happy to enlighten your audience anytime.
All right, Ken, take care. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to the floor of the Senate. The Senate no longer in session today. They did cover a lot of ground, though. We listened in a long time to the debate of the airport renaming bill. This was just moments ago as Senate President Ben Albritton spoke with reporters at the end of the day. Let's go ahead and listen into what he had to say.
It's going to be important that we build consensus. So I'm certainly believing that is going to take place. And all of these things that are happening, those conversations you're talking about, I know that there's conversation happening with our staff and the governor's staff. And, you know, all of this, I believe, at the end of the day, is going to yield a good result. It will be timely when you know, I have said, by the way, in concert with the governor, is that getting it right is more important than doing it quickly or, you know, having that particular timeline set in stone. It is a very complex issue. It impacts a huge number of people, communities, especially in rural Florida. So we continue to look at everything as closely as we can, measuring everything we can, so that the proposal that ultimately comes out of the Senate is something we can build consensus around and helps Florida homeowners and finds balance with our local communities. That's the goal.
Senator Hooper said yesterday that it won't be as generous as what the House just passed today. Is that correct?
Theirs was a full elimination.
I'll tell you what, except schools.
Yeah, schools, and I think it also, rightfully so, provided some protections for first responders and what I would consider, and I think most anybody would consider to be the core functions of local government. I am fascinated, though, by the phase, for lack of a better term, you know, phase-in period, a trajectory, right? So that is an interesting idea that the House has come up with. Yet again, I profess, as this process has gone forward, these ideas have continued to come out there, right? Trying to find that balance, and I applaud the House for that.
But it sounds like it's true. It won't be as generous as what the House passed today.
I think that still has yet to be determined. Remember, at the end of the day, what we're looking for, what the Senate is looking for, is something to build consensus around. I mean, at the end of the day, we want something. You go back to some simple bullet points in the beginning, Lawrence. And one, we want to make sure that whatever's on the ballot is simple, it's clear, easy for voters to understand. Read it, understand it, make a decision, right? We want it to be something that will pass. I mean, this is not an exercise in futility, right? We want something on the ballot that will pass, and we want to and continue to work with our partners in the House and in the governor's office to build consensus around what ultimately this is and, you know, how it moves forward. So.
The White House urged lawmakers.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that.
So the White House, they urged lawmakers in Utah to rethink their artificial intelligence legislation recently. What, if anything, have you heard from the White House, the Trump administration, about the Senate's AI bills that have been moving?
I have not heard anything personally. So, you know, our goal is, again, it goes right back to, I know there are different opinions between the Senate and the House and the governor on these bills. The one thing that I would say makes the most sense to me, and I'm hopeful the Senate as a whole will come along with that, and that is providing protection, especially to children. I can't believe anybody would want to push back on that. I also know there's a huge amount of work going on just from other articles I've read, huge amount of work going on at the federal level for AI. It is a genuine, real technology that is beginning to shape how society operates. And the hope here is that I say what my hope is, and again, I hope the Senate will come along with this, and that is that we are working very hard, that we hit it right, that we nail it when it comes down to, call it, you know, user rights, call it whatever you want, but that we're protecting children. These chatbots are dangerous for children. I don't know how anybody could disagree with that. So, you know, as this evolves, that's my hope. It's a good question.
Senator, can I ask about the budget process? I don't know if you saw or heard the President's remarks at the beginning of his session, which is an hour before you guys' today, about, you know,
I've not actually.
Well, he said that it was a turning point today. We could be here 3 weeks or 3 months, something about an artificial turning or an artificial deadline they're not beholden to. You know, you don't have to be here that long to read between the lines and say things don't look particularly good on getting together and getting out of here on time. What is your view of the budget process right now, and what do you? You know, you said you didn't see his remarks, but I mean, clearly you guys aren't on the same page. But it sounds like you guys aren't even in the same book right now.
Well, I would suggest something differently to you. When you go back and you look, and this isn't just bona fide pushback. I appreciate the question. I appreciate the question. When you look at the budget as a whole, we're much closer than we were as a beginning point than last year. So do I believe that there is goodwill in the House to work with the Senate and work with the governor's office and figure out how to land the plane again? And is there enough goodwill to be able to get us moving through this process and to have it done within the window of 60 days? Look, I believe so. I really do. I was encouraged, quite honestly, to be able to see, you know, essentially the side-by-side of the House's budget and our budget. I also want to take an opportunity to give kudos to Chair Hooper and to the Appropriation Committee chairs. There was as there always is, but there is, and staff, an immense amount of work that went into building this thing out. So back to the comment. When I looked at the two side by side, I'm actually pretty encouraged. So, you know, there are some discrepancies in there, right? There rural and family land is one, but you know, we could list or summon higher ed versus colleges and, you know, things like that. But looking at the totals by silo, we've got a great starting place. And I look forward to having the conversations and would expect those to begin quickly.
Mr. President, given how Governor DeSantis isn't going to be here next year, why be concerned with his input in these negotiations between the House and Senate?
He's a governor today. And he's the governor today.
But
so
he has no control over this process.
He has no control over this process?
Yes, the legislature.
He has a voice, just like, you know, anybody else does, right? I mean, ultimately, that's what all of this is about anyhow. It's about voice. So, sure he does. He has influence as much as the Florida House does, as much as the Florida Senate does. It's the structure of government, the balance of power.
I want to go back to the comments that Gray referred to. He told you a little bit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Hello.
Nice to see you. It wasn't just that the speaker said we could be here 3 weeks or 3 months. There was a tone in those remarks that was very, again, not the first time that we've heard the speaker be critical of the Senate and the Senate's process. Somewhat, I don't want to overstate it, but just questioning that, you know, words are words, we want to see actions, essentially. Given that tone, are you guys working together? How does that impact the ability to finalize the budget and get out on time?
So I, again, didn't see that. I'll be sure and go back and watch it tonight. Don't know about tone, but I would just say this to all of you, and many of you have covered what's happened up here for years and years, right? You know, we're getting into the window of session that, you know, things begin to move very quickly. Stuff starts, you know, flying around and bill policy and budget and all of these things. I believe the speaker is a good man, and I believe that he and Chair McClure, by the way, I applaud. I know Chair McClure and Chair Hooper have been having interaction, and you know, that is all healthy. It's good. When it's time for the speaker and I, when it's, you know, our turn, we get into conference and begin to work through all of this. You know, everything will happen normally. So I can't speak for his tone, but you know, I have faith in our better angels, and I believe we're going to, you know, we're going to do the same thing we did last year. That doesn't mean be here for 105 days, but it means work toward a budget that is really good for Floridians. And I know that goodwill is there. I know the House, even though we differ on some things, they want that. We want that. We're all working for that. I believe the governor wants that. And I believe in the end it's going to come together, and we're going to build a great budget. Florida's going to be, they're going to be happy with it. They're going to be thankful for it. And it'll all work itself out.
The Attorney General today announced the creation of a new public integrity unit to investigate, quote, investigate the legislature's appropriations.
Okay.
That seems like odd language, and I was curious what your reaction is to that, to investigate legislative appropriations specifically.
Yeah. Interesting. That's certainly interesting. No, I haven't seen that. You know, what I would say is that would be within his purview. So the AG has that. Personally, I would say that the legislative process, and this is not pushback on whatever, his pursuit is, I'm not afraid of, looking under the hood in the appropriations process in the legislature. I'm really not. And I will tell you that this process is awfully transparent, and it is very robust. So, I can't speak for the AG, but I will just speak for the Senate. We work very hard to build budgets here that make sense, and know the House does as well. So, that's really all I have to say about that.
Well, President, but jumping back on the...
Yeah, you haven't had one. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Another back and forth between the House and the Senate. The House had rolled out two health care bills back in December. He says it's not a priority, but he put his quote next to the press release that came out about it. It's important to those guys. I asked him the status of the bill of these two bills over here, which would make changes in response to a lot of this federal spending that the president had wanted. But they're not moving anywhere here. And when I asked him, he says maybe you need to ask the Senate, because I don't know why the Senate would want to support the president's priorities yet. What's the status of those bills?
Much like a long list of different bills that will find their way maybe in one way or another, or maybe not, as the process continues to go through. The Rules Committee, I think, has 2 more weeks of meeting, so I think Fiscal Policy does as well. I would say stay tuned. Stay tuned. We are, and I believe the Speaker is as well, as it relates to 2 bills today on our floor, right? One that would produce better accountability and transparency with water management districts. I believe that is good government. There's a long-range planning bill that the Senate has worked on, and Chair Broder has worked on that. So, there's a lot of time left in all of this. I know that the House has spent some time working on different formulary measures and things like that when it comes to drug costs, and we're open to those conversations. So we're going to take the same approach we always have. We're going to measure 3 times and cut once, and see at the end of the day what that yields. The goal is to build consensus around every idea possible. So that's where we stand, and certainly as the Senate President, that's where I stand with many of these issues. There literally are dozens of them. So we're getting closer to conference, closer to the time to where those things begin to, either not come together or begin to do this. And, I'm open to either, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to build consensus around some of these big ideas. For sure.
President,
Senate President Ben Albritton speaking with reporters on a number of topics at the conclusion of session today. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. We did keep a pretty close eye on some things happening in Tallahassee today. Interesting debate about the Palm Beach International Airport. That bill did pass the Senate, which means it now heads to the governor's desk because the House had previously passed that. We are out of time here. I'm going to hand things off to the Storm team for Fox 35 Weather Plus. Then the 407 after that, and Fox 35 News at 5. I'll be right back here tomorrow at 11 with more Fox 35 News Plus. So the main thing is download Fox Local, because the news never stops there. You can always live stream it. Thanks for joining us, and have a good night.